And welcome everyone to our session this afternoon on an orientation to the online faculty certification course in Canvas. I'm going to start off, I'm Dave Giberson. I'm an old instructional design coordinator, since retired from Online Learning Pathways at the district. They've asked me to come back and help out a little consulting in this unprecedented situation we find ourselves in, and I was very happy to do that. Very happy to see you all today. Indeed, let me go ahead and go into gallery view here and see. Whoa, we're already way past the number of people that will fit on one screen, and the vast majority of you have your webcams on. That's pretty cool. All right. Goodness gracious, there are actually three full screens worth of people today. Wow. Okie dokie. that's nearly unprecedented. So I am going to start off with a little orientation to the course, and then most of the day we'll be taking your questions. If you would put those questions in the chat tool, I really probably can't open up the mics at this point. It would just, with this number of people in the meeting, it would just be chaos. So if you'll put your questions in the chat tool, I'll go through them in the order that they were entered. And I promise you I will not leave until they're all answered. Unless I have to say, I'll look that up for you, which probably will happen. All right. I'm going to be sharing my screen much of the day. So let me go ahead and do that. Now you should be seeing my desktop. I get my webcam controller out of the way. And let me bring in Canvas. And here we are. All right, everyone should be seeing one of my Canvas dashboards now. Please, I have left it possible for you to unmute yourselves. And if you have any trouble seeing what I'm talking about or hearing me, please let me know quickly. Just unmute yourself and speak up. Don't worry about standing on ceremony. I will be going back to the chat tool as soon as I get through with this little orientation, which is only going to take 5 minutes or so. It's a very quick, simple process here. Well, we'll see. Maybe more than 5 minutes. I'm not sure I can say anything in 5 minutes anymore. I've been teaching for too long. All right. But please let me know if you're having trouble seeing or hearing something, because I have been known to screw up. Okay, the course that we are looking at looks like this. And it should be, if you have been enrolled in the course, you should see this tile on your dashboard, which comes up automatically, of course, when you enter Canvas. So once you log into Canvas, you should see this somewhere on your dashboard.
Does that mean I have?
Oops, I'm so sorry. Go ahead and unmute yourself again.
Does that mean I have to be already enrolled in that class at this point?
Not to be here, no. I'm just saying, if you have been enrolled, you should see that. If you have not yet been enrolled, we'll take care of that later. Okay. But certainly you can benefit from this session whether you've been enrolled or not. Everyone is certainly welcome here. All right, so of course, to enter that course, we just click on the tile. And this is what you see. This is the home page of the course. You will not see these links that from here down. because I'm in here as an instructor. These are hidden from you. You will see everything from the home down to here. And actually, you won't see new analytics either, because you're enrolled in this course with the role of student. So you'll just see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items in your course menu. So don't worry about that. We've got some announcements here at the top. Those are always good to check out every time. At least look at them quickly when you come into the course to make sure that nothing new has happened. And of course, you can go to the announcements button and see all the announcements that have been posted in the course since its inception. This course began last July. This cohort of the course began last July. In addition, you'll have a little welcome screen here. And there's really not a whole lot else on this home page. We've just looked at the announcements. There's a welcome letter. Welcome. You've been welcomed. They are going to shut this one off, this cohort off, sometime toward the end of June. I'm not exactly sure at this point in time what the exact deadline will be for finishing in this academic year.
I think it's June 30th.
That's my understanding, but there's been some waffle in that before. So I would assume June 30th until I hear otherwise. It's quite realistic to get that done between now and then. Get this done between now and then. People have finished this course in 8 hours of work. Maybe 2 people have done that. The average is much more like 20 to 30. But still, it's quite realistic to get all of this done between now and the end of June, because you don't want to have to lap over into the next year. And generally, if you've only done a few assignments by that time, usually you have to start over in the next cohort, and there's no fun in that. So it'll be much better for everyone if you get that done now, and it'll be much easier now that we'll be later hopefully after the orientation, because I'll answer any question, including how to do the assignment. Okay, I don't care. So our goal is that you know how to do the things that are exercised in this course. We don't care how you get there. We just want you to know it. This is not an obstacle course, and nor is it a character building exercise by design. And Chris Rogers has been good enough to put his email address at the bottom of the welcome page here. He is the guy who manages this course. He's the new me. He was hired to fill my position when I retired. So he is a good guy and has done a great job. He and Trenton and Katie Palacios had a hand in this over at Mesa. They've done a great job on this course. It's really well designed. And it's not, if anything, it's less onerous than it used to be when it was a Blackboard course. For one thing, Canvas is easier to learn. And for another, we've been offering something very similar to this course, at least for over 10 years now. So we've learned something about what worked and what didn't work as well. Once you get past the welcome page, there's a syllabus. Now let's just take a quick look at that. The syllabus will always be available to you. Don't worry about it disappearing or anything. They do have a question and answer forum set up, which is a good place to put questions. you're always welcome to email me as well. Let me put my email address in there. I'll be with you through the end of June. That's when my contract, the consulting contract runs out. So I'll be here right up to the time to the end of this course term. We also have here an actual copy of the syllabus, a PDF copy of the syllabus. And indeed, one of the things you're asked to do in the course is sort of reproduce this syllabus, but for your own course, not for this one. And here are the folks who will be spending most of their time grading your submissions in this course. This is an instructor moderated course. You're not just in here by yourselves. There are those 4 folks and some other people who work in it from time to time, including me. Although I haven't been doing a lot of that lately because I've been on Zoom most of the day, every day. But it is an instructor-led course. So there will be somebody in there with you. And it is a course organized in 7 modules. One of the primary goals of this course is to model to you what a well-organized, a good, well-organized online course looks like. Because if you're coming to it fresh, you'd have no way of knowing. We all started off that way at some point, so it's not that long ago. And just being able, knowing what works right off the bat, just without any experience or any guidance, isn't going to happen. There are differences, obviously, between online and face-to-face education, and that informs the pedagogy that's necessary to be successful in the online environment. And this course is designed, as much as anything else, to model good online pedagogy to you. The nuts and bolts of using Canvas are, of course, important. You have to be able to do that in order to moderate your online course and manage it and teach through Canvas. But the far more important is the online pedagogy that's going to be modeled and explained during this course. As I said, in this course shell, you are enrolled as a student. And you will be acting as an online student, and that's probably the most valuable single part of the course. The best way to prepare for teaching online is to be an online student first. So this course is designed to give you that experience without taking too much of your valuable time that I know you need to get ready for your own teaching. But we are bound by the education code, by district policies, by state regulations, to make sure that the faculty who teach online have been trained to do so and have had an opportunity to experience an online course. And this is our effort at that. In this course, then, you are a student, but there are many things that you're going to need to be able to learn to do that you can't do in Canvas with the role of student. So in addition to this shell, when you're enrolled in this course, you're also provided with a so-called development shell, a practice shell, if you will, in which you are the instructor. And you're going to be asked to carry at every stage, or in most stages throughout this course, you're going to be asked to go to that practice course and do certain things that require you to have instructor access. And then you'll be asked to come back to this shell and report that you've done so that it can be graded. Because the people grading are not going to go and just look at your practice course on a regular basis to see if you've done anything new. You're going to have to come back to this course and finish the assignment submission process in this course in order to let them know that there's something there for them to grade. So you'll be hopping back and forth between those two course shells all the time. If we go, let's see, anything else we want? We talked about the practice course. Here's a list in the syllabus of each of the so-called modules in this course. Above all, what we're trying to model in this course is modular course design. The presentation of instructional materials in such a way that they come at you in a rational order, that you are presented with materials in an order that makes it easier to understand the overall concepts that the course is trying to impart. And it's designed to make the course as easy to navigate as possible. Nothing turns a student in an online course off faster than not knowing where to start, or once they get started, not knowing how to continue. Okay, I finished that assignment, what do I do next? If they don't know what to do next, they're a real high risk for attrition. There's nothing more frustrating than not knowing the path that they're supposed to follow through the course. So we've really tried to avoid that being a possibility here. And that's done through what's called modular design. This list basically outlines all of the assessments, the things you get graded for in this course. So you can take a look through that. You'll encounter those in their turn. We've also used in this course a pedagogy that is designed to minimize future distractions. When you enter the course the first time, you'll see the first module, and that's it. And you have to finish that completely before the next module becomes available to you, and so on through the rest of the course. That is a commonly employed online pedagogy or pedagogical technique. It's not universally beloved by everyone. And of course, in your courses, you may choose to do this sort of thing or not. You may want your students to have the whole course laid out in front of them right off the bat, which is another perfectly reasonable approach. But in this course, you're going to see each module in turn as you proceed. But the previous modules will remain visible to you. There is a school of thought that says that students should only see one module at a time and concentrate entirely on that, finish it to the best of their abilities, and then go on to the next one and not even be able to look back. That is not implemented in this course. Indeed, I'm not even sure Canvas has that capability now that I think about it. You will be able to always be able to go back if something in a later module informs you and say, oh my gosh, I could have done something differently and gotten more credit back here, then you'll be able to go back and do that within certain limits. right. Here's the points available for each assignment or each assessment. There are two goals, of course, to this course. One is to provide you with flex credit, which you can, I believe it's 20 hours of flex credit, which you will take care of yourself. You'll go to the district or the district flex calendar. There's a link to it right here, and sign up. And then when you're done, award yourself the credit in the usual way. That's between you and your flex coordinator. We don't, that's not in our wheelhouse. Our concern is that you learn the material in the course, and that will be achieved through, this is a graded course. It's not pass-fail. There's a numeric grade on everything. Our grading tends to be very generous as long as you do everything that we've asked and attempt everything that we've asked. We tend to be quite generous with them. Indeed, the average grade in this course is something like somewhere north of 95% at this point in time. So we certainly expect that, of course, from folks as accomplished as you all are. You do have to achieve a 90% or better, 90% average or better in order to become certified. You have lots of opportunities to go back and to fix that. If the first time through an assignment you don't meet your own expectations or hours, you can go back and do it again in the vast majority of cases. All of the quizzes you take, for instance, you have at least 2 attempts. And with assignments, you can submit assignments as many times as you like. Homework assignments can be submitted multiple times. Indeed, we can't stop you from doing that, so we try to make a virtue of a necessity there. So you will need to accomplish 90% of the gather 90% of the points available in the course. That is, as I say, not difficult to do. There is one assignment that we absolutely insist you get it perfect, and that's this creating a video and captioning it with YouTube. Because that one's kind of it's sort of like being pregnant. Either you are or you're not. You can or you can't. So that one we will be grading very carefully, and you have to get full credit on that one. And indeed, you have to finish all of the other assignments, but there's no minimum grade, I don't think, on any of the others. You do, however, have to get 90% of the overall points in the course. And this one assignment probably will get more questions on anything else. I'll go over that with you today in some detail. Because we don't want to, the idea is not to hold you up, it's just to make sure that you know how to do this, because it's a critical accessibility issue if you're going to use video. And at this point in time, with everyone having to teach online, it's very difficult to avoid the use of video. So we at least want to make sure that you've done this once and know how to do it before we sign off on this, or before the powers that be, not me, sign off on the certification. And let's see, that's 225 points total, or just 90. You'll see your grade reported in percentages. So 90% is what we're shooting for. And most people do far better than that. We've already talked about scheduling. You all are certainly going to be following Netiquette guidelines, I know. And we've done our best on accessibility, but if there are any problems in that line, please let us know. And then here's a course summary. which is basically just a list of all the assessments in the course. So this will give you an idea of how many actual activities there are in the course. You could come here and just start clicking away and start working on the assignments. Obviously, we don't recommend that, but we can't stop you. So whatever, everybody works a little differently. So I just point that out, that is there. Now, let's go back to the home page and go to the nitty-gritty, the meat of the course, are the modules. And I'm going to show you all the modules right now because I'm in as an instructor, so I should be able to see them all. But I just click on that link there that's, let me go back to that again, that was a little fast. Click on this link down here that says Begin Module 1. And since this course is designed modularly, basically all you have to do is start at the top of Module 1 and keep working your way through in order. There's really, despite a couple of statements in the course, there's really no way we can force you to go one step at a time. Canvas doesn't allow that. But we can encourage that. And you just work your way down to the bottom of Module 7. And when you get here and you complete the certification statement, which is just a no-grade test, an ungraded test. Well, it's sort of graded, but the passing grade on this test is 0. We just look to see that you did everything in the test, and the 0 grades along the way tell us that. Don't freak out. So my God, I did everything right. I know, and I got a grade of 0 on that thing. Well, that's the way it's designed. So don't worry about that. If you do everything in the certification statement, which is just a test, a quiz, then you're done. Then the instructors in the course will go through, they will grade everything, they'll verify that you got 90% of the points, that you completed the 2.7 video assignment, or video graded discussion, it is actually, and then they'll sign off on it. So you just start at the top and go to the bottom, and you should never, and I don't believe you will ever have to go anywhere other than the modules. The whole idea, another part of the ethic of modular design is that everything you need is in the modules. You shouldn't, or rarely should need to go over here into the course menu. You'll need to do it to look at your grades. But that's about it. And look at the syllabus, maybe, and announcements, which is why you've been left those links. But everything else is in the modules. So you'll spend most of your time in the modules, and you just start at the top and work to the bottom, and you are golden. So there's never any doubt about what to do next. Indeed, when you get into a module, you don't even have to keep hopping back to the modules tool here. Let's say I go to this first, the course overview. There is a fair bit of reading in this course, but they've tried to keep the text to as concise as possible so that it's not the great American novel. So most of these pages are not much longer than this. Another element of good course design, you don't want too much, you don't want to overwhelm your students with too much information on any one page. Give them a small victory and let them move on. Have fewer pages, more pages with less text on them. And once you have read this, you'll see in the lower right-hand corner of the screen a next button. You click on that, and you come to the first pre-test, which is an ungraded quiz. This one's no harm, no foul. We're really looking to help you gather where you are at this point. And then, of course, it'll allow you to see how much you've accomplished at the end of the module. And the test just looks something like this. You won't see the preview button. You'd see an option to take the test. And it's just a brief 3-question multiple choice quiz. So none of these activities are going to take that long. It's just a matter of working your way through. And when you get done with this and you submit this quiz, yeah, I know I flunked the quiz. That's just a preview. I can live with that. You'll get some feedback on it, and then you'll have a next button. And you just keep going. And you don't have to keep hopping back to the modules tool over here, though you can at any time. Okay. Trenton, I saw you out there.
Hey, Dave. Good to see you. Just thought I'd see if I
Good
could
to
help
see you. Can you think of anything I've left out there that you'd like people to know before we start taking questions?
It seems pretty comprehensive. I've been trying to answer questions in the chat, so I haven't been
thank you.
totally catching up. But if I can help in any way, just let me know.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, so that's a general orientation to the course. So now it's just a matter of working through it. As I say, its average is around 20 hours of concentrated effort. Let's see. Trenton, are you caught up with the questions in the chat tool at this point?
I believe so.
It looks like you are, so I didn't want to leave somebody hanging.
If anyone hasn't been answered, just re-ask and I'll do my best.
Okay, now I'm going to try this. There's still 126 of us, 127 of us in the course, so we're going to have to be a little careful. But I would like at this point to allow people to ask their questions verbally. We'll need to take turns, obviously. You can unmute yourself in the lower left-hand corner of your Zoom menu. If you mouse over the screen or tap on it if you're on a mobile device, you'll see an unmute button in the lower left-hand corner. It'll be a little microphone with a red slash through it. If you click on that microphone button, you'll I'll be able to hear you. And if you hear someone else start, please don't try to override them. I will answer every question you have. So let's see if we can take the first question.
Dave.
Great. Yes.
Yeah, you were going to show us how to do YouTube.
All right. I figured that would come up fairly quickly. Yeah. Actually, good. Yeah, I knew that we were going to be doing that one, so let's go ahead and get that done. It's not so much. Actually, YouTube is is only about half of this. You also need to create a video. So let's talk about that first, then we'll talk about getting it up on YouTube and editing the captions. Fortunately, you don't have to create the captions. YouTube will do that. That's why we recommend YouTube. So let's go ahead and talk about how you might create your video. And there are lots of ways to do that, but there are two avenues or two techniques that are most commonly used here because they're the easiest and quickest to do. One is to take just to shoot a talking head video of yourself using your smartphone. A selfie video, something most of us have done at one time or another anyway. Beyond that, we'll show you how then to upload that to YouTube. The other possibility is to use a simple, what's called a screencasting tool. And the most commonly used one is Screencast-O-Matic. because for the kind of thing we're talking about here, it's totally free. It's runs through a website, so you don't have to install any software on your computer to use it. You don't have to sign up for an account. You don't have to do anything. Or you don't have to pay for it anyway to do this. So I'm going to show you those two techniques. And then if somebody has another way they'd like to do it, and they'd like to ask some questions about that, I'll be happy to address that. Let's start off by talking about the simplest of all options, which is the smartphone option. This video does not have to be Grey's Anatomy, okay? It should probably be something on the order of a minute, or even less is fine. The point is for you to show that you can do it, not to create the next sensation on Netflix. In order to show this, I'm going to use a technique in Zoom that really adds to the power of Zoom as a virtual classroom or a lecture tool.
Yeah.
Which is to use, yes.
Could you make a video on Zoom?
You could make a video on Zoom as well.
Oh.
But getting it, if you make the video on Zoom, getting it on YouTube is a little bit more problematic, but not much. That's actually a good option. And I'll show you that option too, okay?
Can we use one that's already on Zoom? Can we use a lecture we've already given on Zoom?
Yes, except that since you have to edit the captions, you don't want your video to be much more than a minute long.
Okay, okay.
Dave, can we record you doing this?
You might be signing up for more than you bargained for if you do that.
Right, right.
Can we make it, the font larger than this, please?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
The font is too small. Is
You
it
can't read
possible?
it. Can you enlarge the font?
Yes, please.
Oh, on the screen here that I'm sharing?
Yeah, can you
Actually,
enlarge the view?
yeah, actually, there are things you can do on your end. This is 100 or regular size for me. But
Okay.
if you look at the top of your screen, there's a little black button up there that's marked View Options.
Oh,
And if you click on that, you can try different options to see what works best. And are you by any chance on like on a smartphone or a mobile device?
I am on a laptop.
Okay, no, a laptop should be fine. If you go to that view option screen, you have several levels of magnification that you can choose.
Okay,
And that should help.
thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
But thank you for letting me know. And anybody
Yeah.
else has a problem like that, please say so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dave, can we record you
Dave
doing?
Simon says that it has to be captioning YouTube video. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Explain, I'm certainly going to show you how to do it. What else would you like me to explain?
Yeah, it's
I
just
have similar
it's not
question.
YouTube, it's captioning YouTube.
Yes.
What does it
The
mean?
nice thing about YouTube is that it captions any video that you upload to it automatically.
Okay, so you don't
You
need
don't
to
have
do
to
that.
ask it.
So the YouTube will do it for you. Okay.
Dave, I have a question regarding that. You said that it will be done automatically. I uploaded several Zoom videos that I made on YouTube. I have YouTube videos, but it doesn't have closed caption.
Occasionally, YouTube will fail the caption. Sound quality can be an issue. Of course, if the video doesn't have sound, it won't caption. But if the sound quality is below a certain threshold, YouTube won't be able to caption it. Hopefully, we'll be able to troubleshoot that process for you in the process of satisfying this assessment. The way to troubleshoot, of course, is to use a short video. that you upload. And so it makes it easier to investigate. Another possibility were the ones that I gather you said the ones that were that failed to caption were Zoom recordings.
Yes.
It might also be worth trying to record to the Zoom cloud, which uses a different captioning engine.
Okay.
But it also automatically captions your Zoom videos. And it would be interesting to try it there and see if you get the same result.
Okay.
You can't, unfortunately, I'm not sure you can upload something to the Zoom cloud other than by recording it live in Zoom. I'll look into that. So if you already had something on YouTube, I don't know if we can transfer it back from YouTube up to the Zoom cloud, but certainly you could just start up a short Zoom meeting, even if there wasn't anybody else in it. And just speak for a minute or so, and then well, before you speak, set the Zoom to record to the cloud rather than to the local computer. And then speak for a minute or so, and then end the meeting and wait a few minutes until that has a chance to upload and to the Zoom cloud. And usually the captioning on the Zoom cloud takes an hour or two before it appears. And then let's see if we have the same problems with Zoom cloud that you're having with YouTube.
Dave,
Can we
our
record
screen
this
is
while
still
you're
locked on your assessment page. We can't see anything
Excuse
more.
me?
Our screen is
Yes.
locked on your assessment. Are you showing
Yes,
us
it is. I am not showing you that yet. No.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I was in the. Thanks for checking. No, I'm just
Can
answering
we
questions.
record this while you're doing it?
We have to stop. Pardon?
Can we record you while you're showing us?
I am recording this.
No, can we record on our buttons here that said record?
Unfortunately not. With this number of people in the class, Zoom is running right at its capacity right now. We've got 122 of us in there. So one recording running is probably about all we can deal with right now. I'm sorry. But this will be posted by tonight.
Oh, good.
You'll have a copy. You'll be able to go back and watch it anytime you wish.
Okay.
Assuming you could stand it a second time.
Are you going to put an email? Are we going to get an email, or how are we going to be able to access
I
it?
will show you, before we quit today, I'll show you where to find it. It's going to be in a predictable location. But let me go ahead and show you let's go ahead and make sure we get to the point where I can show you how to record from your smartphone. I know many of you know that, but there's a wide range of folks on this call. I want to make sure that no one's left behind if I can possibly avoid it. All right, I'm going to use a piece of software called the IPEVO Visualizer that works with my little IPEVO document camera I've got here next to me on my desk. This is the replacement for your whiteboard, among other things, for your whiteboard that you're missing, that is hanging back on the wall in your classroom. It's also a replacement for an overhead projector or an opaque projector that you might have used in the past.
Hey, Dave, I bought one of those a month ago, and it
Yeah.
came and never once opened the package.
Oh my.
Remember you showed us how to buy them on Amazon?
Right.
Yep.
I use this every session I teach, and especially in STEM fields. I just don't know how you do otherwise. But here I'm going to use it to show you how to do this on your smartphone.
Okay, thank you.
Now there's an obvious problem here. Initially, everything's upside down, but I can fix that in the software. And I can zoom in on this so we can see a little better. And the zoom tool here. All right, let me touch up the focus. All righty. The first thing, and obviously this is an iPhone, but there are comparable capabilities on the, indeed it's even easier if you're going to upload to YouTube off of an Android phone, because Android is made by Google and YouTube is Google's as well. But on the iPhone, you record video using the camera app. Be the same on an Android phone. And we just choose video. Obviously, my primary camera, the back camera, is facing the bottom here, so I need to switch my camera to the forward-facing camera, the selfie camera.
Okay.
And that's that little thing right there. And right now, of course, you're seeing the camera, my webcam or my document camera looking down at you. I'll try to get myself in the frame now. Like I say, this does not have to be great art. It just has to work. So let's see. And with my face in it, it's definitely not going to be. All right, there I am. Let me try this. Pull this back a little bit so I can get a little closer to it. Oh, that's way too close. Not much I can do about that. Oh, we don't really need that much of me. I will move over it here. There, that's a little better.
You look fine, Dave.
You need to work on that. You need to work. Prevarication is obviously not one of your talents. Okay, so I just hit record, the big red button. Hi, everybody. Glad to have you in our Orientation to the Online Faculty Certification Program course today. What else can I say? It's wonderful to see you all. I can't believe 120 some of you turned out today. And I hope you're not regretting it yet, though having to watch this very much longer will probably stress you out quite a bit. So that's enough of that. That's plenty of video. I've got 30 seconds of it. That's more than enough. Stop. So I have a video. That video is in my Photos app. It'll be somewhere comparable on an Android phone. I'm going to have to get an Android phone to do these demonstrations with.
Don't.
There's the video. Oops, forgot. It's trying to play on my stereo. Just a sec. Let me change my sound here. Turn off Bluetooth. You don't care about that. This is not something you need to do. I have my iPhone set up to play through my stereo. Okay, now let's go back. And now it should play. So we, too far. Oh, God. To the Online Faculty Certification Program course today. Okay, you probably can't hear that, but that's fine. It is, the sound is okay, the video is playing. That's all there is to recording a video on your phone. And you're going to look at this would obviously scare the students off in a heartbeat, but again, as long as it works, we don't care.
How do you get the closed caption?
Well, that comes on YouTube.
Ah.
So now we've recorded the video. Now we have to upload it to YouTube. On an Android phone, there'll be an option right in the video app to upload to YouTube. On the iPhone, we've got to go and bring up the YouTube app on the iPhone, which I have here somewhere. There it is, YouTube. I could actually have recorded the video in the YouTube app now that I think about it, but it's just as easy. It's easier just to use the recorder. The thing about YouTube is that you need to have an account on YouTube in order to upload your video. Now let's go back to the computer for a second, and you should still be seeing my pre-assessment page here. Let's go to YouTube. You can access YouTube in any web browser. It especially likes Chrome because they're both Google products, but it'll work with any of them. And you just go to youtube.com. And I'll already be logged in, so let me log out so you'll see what you would see entering if you don't already have if you're not already logged into your Google account. When you come to the YouTube page, you'll see a sign-in button in the upper right. If you have a Google account already, you're good to go.
Pardon?
Sorry about that. You're good to go. And if you use Gmail for your personal email, you have a Google account. If you use Google Docs or Google Drive, you have a Gmail account. Or I'm sorry, a Google account, because one Google account covers all of Google's products, including YouTube. So you would sign in here with the same credentials that you use to access your Gmail account or your Google Docs. But if you don't use those products, if you don't have a Google account, you can go to accounts, accounts plural, .google.com and sign up for one. I'm already signed up, so it doesn't give me that option. It does ask me to log in because I deliberately logged out a minute ago to show you how to log into YouTube. But if you don't have an account, you'll have an option here to make one. All you need is a smartphone that Google can send a text to so that you can verify by providing them with a code that they send you to verify that you're not a robot. And once you do that, you're ready to go. Takes about 5 minutes to make a Google account. Then you'll come back to YouTube and you'll sign in with your Google account that you just created or that you already have. It's going to sign me right in because I just verified my credentials and so on. I just entered my password. So bingo, and obviously it knows who I am. If you've not added a profile picture to your Google account, you'll just see a little silhouette here, an outline of the head and shoulders of a person. That's fine. You don't need the avatar image to use YouTube. So you want to make sure that you do in fact have a Google account. Once you do that, you come back to the YouTube app here, either the YouTube app on an iPhone or and let me bring that back up, sorry. There we go. The YouTube app on the iPhone or just the upload button on the Android phone. And if you have any trouble with that, let me know. I can pull it. We have a tutorial on doing this from an Android phone. But somewhere in the YouTube infrastructure, in the YouTube app on the iPhone, there will be a little icon that looks like this. And let me zoom in on that. No need for you to have to squint. This right here, it's a little camera It's so little, it's hard to tell, but that's a little camera icon. It'll be just a little ways away from your avatar image, which is right here. So there's the upload button for YouTube. It's how you upload a video to YouTube, either in this case from your phone, but also on the computer. So we tap that button and we're asked to either record. Get this over here where you can see it a little better. We can record. I could have recorded the video right from here if I wanted to, or go live to the world potentially. I don't think I'll do that. Or I can select a video I want to upload. And it gives me the last several videos that it found in my photos or my media app on the iPhone. And it's hard to miss that one. God, it's going to be hard to unsee that. This is the one we want. So we just tap on it. Hi, everybody. Glad to have you in our orientation. It just previews it a little bit so we can be sure that it's okay. If I tap the screen, I can pause it mercifully. And in the upper right-hand corner is right here is an option to go next. I tap that. I'm legally required to tell them if this is a video made for children under 13. No, I wouldn't want the responsibility for giving them nightmares. So definitely not. You won't have to worry about that. I don't think any of you are going to have students under 13. So now we have an upload button right there in the upper right-hand corner. You just tap that. And it proceeds to upload the video to YouTube. It's already uploaded, as a matter of fact. These little short videos don't take any time at all, and it's processed it. That video is now on YouTube, and that's all there was to it.
Is this video available to everyone, or do I have the option who can see it?
You have, on YouTube, you have 3 levels of visibility, which I did not set here. You can set it once we get to YouTube, and I'll show you how. So let's go to YouTube. Here I am on YouTube, and I'm logged in as me. So that video should be in my video list on YouTube. I can find that by going to, by clicking on my avatar. Yeah, it popped up on the phone, right?
I already gave you 1 like.
I don't often get those. Thank you. I go to, somebody subscribed to my channel, huh? My sympathies. You click on the little icon that would otherwise have your picture in it, and you go to YouTube Studio here, which is your management tool for your YouTube videos. And you go to a dashboard page, and there's the last video that's up there. Oh my God, I guarantee you I'm going to delete this one when I'm done today.
And you did action step before you got right here. You went to YouTube, and then you went to your little icon.
Right, I clicked on my picture, or it might just be a silhouette there. And I went to YouTube Studio.
Where did you get to where you saw your face?
Where I saw my face?
Can you go one step before where you are?
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I just clicked on me, or on the silhouette, and went to YouTube Studio, which is the 3rd link down here.
Okay.
Under me. And now I go to my channel, so-called channel dashboard. And there's the latest video performance. Oh boy. No Oscars here. But to see a list of all my videos, I can go on the left here to this videos link right underneath the dashboard link, and it will show me the most recent videos I've uploaded to YouTube. I've got something like 500 or 600 videos on YouTube, so it's just going to show me the first few. And there it is.
Well,
Today's
Dave,
video.
I have a question. I have
Yes.
also almost 300 videos, and the last time I checked them out, they only showed maybe 20 or 30 of them, and I couldn't.
Yeah,
yeah.
I have the same
How-
issue. Once you get a lot of videos up there, when you start scrolling through them,
Mm-hmm.
it'll say it'll give you the first 30 of about, it says 166.
Mm-hmm.
But as you page through, that number keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's why it says about. When you get that many videos on there, it can't estimate how many you have total from the first page. They're
Yeah.
all there. If you keep paging through, that number will keep changing and getting bigger.
Okay. Mhm.
So they're not, they don't disappear?
They never disappear. The first video I ever put up on YouTube is still there.
So there's no size limit
Exactly.
or number of videos?
There's no limit to the number of videos you can upload. There's no real limit to how much disk or storage space you can use.
Storage space, that's the word.
Yeah, they will limit you per video. I think it's like a gigabyte or something like that usually, because it simply gets too big to upload cleanly. But actually, I've got videos on there that are larger than that. So usually, there's really no limitation, and it's free. And you can put as many videos up there as you like. They can be played as often as you wish, or as anybody wishes. And you don't have to pay for bandwidth either. You can use as much of Google's bandwidth as you like.
And how do you caption?
Well, I don't have to do a thing. One of the things I'm doing here is killing a little time. So
I see.
YouTube has time to caption. I don't do a thing. All I do is
Okay.
upload the video to YouTube. Let's
Got
look
it.
at it and see. Let's look and see. If it's on a short video like this, it may be very quick.
I have 2 questions.
Good.
One, if you give the link to your YouTube account to students, for example, for videos, then they can see any videos you've got in there, including some.
No. You typically do not give them access to your entire channel. You give them access to one video at a time.
Ah, okay.
You give them a link to that video. But I will tell you, though, that if they go and they watch that video, they will have an option to subscribe to your channel. But they will only be able to see videos which are either public, which you've designated as public, or for which you've given them the URL.
Dave,
So let's-
I need to ask the question about the videos. How do you go back if you've done the caption and you realize there's some mistakes? How do you go back and correct the captions on the video that you've done?
That's a big part of what we're about to talk about. I just
All right,
looked at
good.
that one, and there are no captions there yet. If there were captions done on this one, there would be a little CC symbol down here in the YouTube player bar. So the captions haven't happened yet, and they don't happen instantaneously. Google has a daemon, a robot that runs through YouTube all the time from top to bottom and checks for videos that are not captioned. And if it finds one that's not captioned, it tries to caption. And 96% plus of the time, it's successful. But
What
it
if
does
there
take.
was some? But what if there was
Yeah.
some mistakes on the captions? How do you go
Yes,
back and
you're-
correct it?
I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that. But and if this one doesn't show up pretty quickly, I'm just going to go and work on a different one. But that's how we check to see if the captions are there. But let me go back to the video details page for this video. And one of the things you'll have to be concerned about with this video is its visibility, the security level on that video. And that you can get from the details page for the video, which again, we get to, here's the top of my video channel. That's the latest thing I uploaded. And if I mouse over that video, I get these little icons here. And the first icon is the details icon, little pencil icon. And if I click on that, I get a detail page for this video that has information about this video. And one of the things on that page is this visibility item here. And it uploaded it automatically as public, which means anybody in the world can see this video if they can find it. They can search for it using Google. And if they had some information about the video, they might be able to find it. It could show up as a suggested video for someone, though God forbid knows why they would suggest this to anybody. But it could happen. If you don't want that to happen, you make the video unlisted, which I definitely don't want this to be public. It's embarrassing. The unlisted means that in order for someone to view this video, they have to have the link to this video. And there's the video link right there. This is the so-called share URL or share link for the video. Anybody who has that can watch this video. And they don't have to have a Google account. They don't have to be logged in, anything like that. They just have to have that link. And this link can, of course, be put in an email, or it can, in your case, what we're going to ask you to do is put your video link into a discussion post on the discussion topic of item 2.7 in your course. I'll show that happening in a minute. Okay, but this is how we control visibility. You don't want to use private. If you use private, we'll have to send you an email asking you, could you make that unlisted? Because if you make it private, we can't see it either. Only like your family can see that. When you make a video private, you have to specify the email addresses of everyone who you want to view the video. And they have to have Google accounts associated with that email, and they have to be logged into their Google accounts in order to view the video. That's obviously way too restrictive for any sort of instructional video. So we don't want that. Don't ever use private for instructional videos. Make it public or unlisted. If it's something of general interest and there's no confidential information in it, by all means, make it public if you like. People appreciate that. That's what makes YouTube such a valuable resource, is people sharing videos of all types publicly, from the ones showing cats riding automatic vacuum cleaners around to high-end instructional material posted by people at Berkeley. So there's a tremendous variety of public content on YouTube, and so much of it is so valuable. And if you can add to that, by all means do. But unlisted will probably be your most common setting.
Is that what we use for Canvas also, unlisted?
Well, this is, of course, why are you not listening to me, machine? There we go. Yeah, you could use unlisted for anything, because you're gonna, if you put that link to the video in a web link in Canvas, or embed this video into a page in Canvas, your students are going to have the access to the link. So unlisted will work fine. But if you make it public, that doesn't mean people can see your Canvas course. It just means they can search for this video on YouTube and maybe find But that won't, this choice doesn't impact your Canvas at all. So let's take another quick look here and see if this has been captioned. Not
Hi,
yet.
everybody. Glad to have you.
So I'm gonna, to answer the other burning question here, which is how do you edit the captions? I'm gonna use a different video. Right. I'll go back to my channel here. Oh, I want to save that change. I definitely don't want that to be remain public. Let's go back to our video list. I'll just pick one that I don't want to try to caption that one. That one's 2 hours and 22 minutes long. This one is
Dave,
yes.
as far as you're on that page, can you show where the manager is? I lost it.
The manager,
Mm-hmm.
that pops up when you upload a video off your computer, it pops up automatically. But you get it from here. Oops, let me go back to here. You click yourself, go to YouTube Studio,
Okay.
and then videos over here on the left. And that's how you get your video list.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. From video. Okay.
All right. So let's find another one that's quite short that doesn't have any audio in it or any spoken words. I guess this one's probably as good as anything. A minute and a half. Let's edit the captions on this video. To do that, I select the video and go to the video details page. I hope there's some audio here. We'll find out. Oh, no, that's one that I did for someone. I don't want to do that. I don't want to expose that. How about that's too long. See, I can see the duration of each video here, so I'm trying to find something short. How about this one? 2 minutes. I won't edit the whole thing. I won't make you sit through that. But let's go to the details page for that video. And over here where I see details and analytics and so on, there's also an option for subtitles. The words subtitles and captions are often used interchangeably. There's a technical difference between the two, but you don't care about that. So subtitles, captions, same thing for our purposes anyway. So to see my subtitles for this video, I click on that subtitles link. I have to tell YouTube what language I want to use for this. It keeps asking me that. I've told it that a million times. I'm not quite sure why. And you just scroll down on the list to English United States. There's quite a few Englishes here. Even one, I almost qualify for English Canada. I'm only about 60 miles south of the Canadian border, but I'll stick with English US. You betcha. That's a Canada thing. Okay, confirm. Now, here I see my so-called caption tracks that have been created by YouTube. Actually, there's only one track here. This line allows you to add captions that you might have created externally, but you won't have done that, so don't worry about it. You're just worried about the English automatic captions, the ones that YouTube created itself. So you just go out, it'll be the first entry here, the first line on this video subtitles list. And you just go out to the right and there'll be a little menu button out here. You learn to recognize that 3 dots, either vertically or horizontally, almost always denote a menu in a web page. There's a menu under that. So you click on that menu button and there's an option to edit your captions. It'd be nice if this just said edit captions instead of edit on Classic Studio. What is Classic Studio? Don't worry about it. edit your captions, is what this means. You can also download them in a caption file or delete them and ask it to do it again, but there's no real point in that. So we'll edit our captions just by clicking on that link, and YouTube's caption editor pops up. This is a little simulation of a PowerPoint presentation that I did in another class, another Zoom session. Here I have a preview window or a playback window for my video, and I can play the video. But I also have an option here to edit the captions. Right here, there's an edit button. If I click on that, the captions appear over here. And the YouTube has transcribed your speech into text for you automatically, maybe having never heard your voice before. That's pretty remarkable. And it does a phenomenally accurate job in most cases. If the sound quality of your video is reasonable, it will do quite well usually. So, and then it breaks up the captions or the transcript into 2-line captions, which is ideal. If more than about 2 lines appear on the screen at one time, it's hard to follow. So to edit these captions, sometimes you can edit them just by reading them. And it's obvious that these are pretty good. But you can obviously play the video and listen to what you said and compare that to what's here in text. So I'll do that. 5 tips for listening well by Mortimer Snerd. 5 tips for listening well by Mortimer Snerd is perfect. Maybe the one thing, well, actually it's perfect. If I'm willing to accept the numeral 5 instead of the word 5, I'm happy with that. My spirit animal. So that sounds like there was a comma there. Mortimer and I have a lot in common. I know some of you are old enough to remember Edgar Bergen. You probably know best as Candice Bergen's father, but he was one of the great ventriloquists of the 40s and 50s. Anyway, and Mortimer Snerd was his favorite dummy. 5 tips for listening well, comma, my spirit animal, period. Next slide. Next slide. That's a sentence in itself. All I'm having to do here is put in periods and capital letters, and that'll probably be the case for you in most cases. When you're in a situation where you need to listen, you'll be a much more effective listener. And just pause the video after you've gone through enough of it. Okay, there's a capital W. When you're in a situation where you need to listen, comma, you're in a situation where you need to listen, you'll be a much more effective listener if you're prepared. All right, that sounded like the end of a sentence. But it hasn't missed a word yet. If you're prepared, period. So you just go through, and if you find a word that it missed, you retype the word. I keep hoping I'll find one. And that's, since this is the beginning of a sentence, capital letter. Is it worth doing this on a video of your own? I'm not going to weigh in on that. I'll tell you what I do. The vast majority of the time, I just leave the YouTube captions as they are. We want to know that you know how to edit the captions in your YouTube video. Whether you do that and spend the time required to do that is between you and DSPS.
There's someone who
Yes.
says they can't hear you.
I'm sorry now?
Someone's saying they cannot hear you.
Are you hearing me okay?
I can hear you just fine.
I can hear good. Mhm.
Okay, so I'm transmitting. Okay, it looks, I can see a little indication on my microphone here. If you're a host in a Zoom meeting, you can always look at your little mute, unmute button. And when you're transmitting, a little green bar will jump up and down inside your little microphone icon. And that will tell you if you're sending sound or not, and I am. So I'm not sure. I'll try to speak a little louder and a little more distinctly.
She says
But I
she
do
got it
believe
back.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, Zoom, sometimes you can lose your sound for a minute. If there's a burst of traffic on your local internet provider's network, it can go away for a second. Thank you. Oh, good. All right, so.
Dave, do we need to create a new video, or we can use the old one that we had created some time ago? So it doesn't make any difference?
You mean a video?
Yeah,
if
the
you,
video.
if it's something, no, if it's something that you created, we don't care when you created it.
Okay.
We've had lots of people send in lecture videos, but we are going to insist that you have edited the captions. So if it's too long, you probably don't want to use it.
It has to be an educational video or any type of video that you created.
Anything, all we care about is that you know how to do this.
Okay.
We don't care what the subject matter of the video is. If I were doing it, I would try to make sure that it looked better than what I did for you today. But really, we don't care. I'm kidding. We do not care as long as you created it and you edited the captions. That's all we care about. Okay, so you get the idea. I just keep playing the video and looking at the captions and see if it's getting it. You're mentally and physically ready. If maybe you've read a little bit. So that's the process. I don't want to go through this whole thing here. I'm sure you've got other questions. So I'm going to stop right there, but I could keep going exactly the same way until I got all the way through the captions. That's why I tried to make that video short.
Dave?
Yes.
If I want to sign up for this course and get started today, where do I go?
Good question, yes.
Very good question. Let me show you that when we get this finished.
Okay, Dave, since we're right here on trying to do the captions, I was following along with you by taking my cell phone. I just did a video, I uploaded it to YouTube.
Cool.
But
Cool.
but I'm trying to go along with you. But now when I uploaded it and then I'm up in the corner, there's 3 little dots, and when I click on it, and it says quality and then captions, and by captions it says unavailable. Is it because I wasn't speaking in the exercise class? I mean, it's,
well, if there's no speech in the video, YouTube can't caption it.
okay. So I have to
Think
do
about
another
it.
one.
So there are no captions.
Okay,
That's
so
the
that
best
makes
kind of
sense.
video because you don't have to worry about the captions.
Okay,
But,
so I can't add captions and say whatever,
No.
like if we're doing triceps, I can't. Triceps.
Actually, you can. You could. But what we're especially looking for is the captioning of your speech. So it really needs to be a video where you're talking.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that changed that. Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Dave? Dave?
Yes.
Yeah, when you go back to Module 1, can you show where it is you have to go to update your profile or do your profile, and then also click on the, I guess there's supposed to be a text box that I couldn't find. to put in the paragraph, your introduction paragraph. Thank you.
I'll take all of those. Once we get done with this, I'll take all those questions and I'll keep answering them as long as you have.
Thank you.
Okay. So when I'm done here, I'll just save my changes. Let's go ahead and get through with this right now.
Okay.
Before people lose the train of thought. And when I save the captions, it says subtitles published. So now if I I see the little CC symbol. If I click 5 Tips for Listening Well by Mortimer Snerd. Let me make that bigger. Let me go to the, when the subtitles are published, I can just return to YouTube Studio. I can pull this video up now in full screen so that you can see it better. That's not the one I want. Let's see. Where was that? There it is. I can click on the thumbnail for it, and then I can go over here and actually pull up the YouTube page, the public-facing page that anybody can see for this video if they have the link to it. 5 Tips for Listening Well by Mortimer Snerd, comma, spirit animals, period.
Looks
cap. Next slide. Okay, it worked. And that's it. That's that whole process. That is by far the easiest way to satisfy this assignment.
So
another way, yes.
When you're speaking and you're trying to make these little subtitles, so can you just put a couple words on each one, or the whole sentences?
We would prefer whole sentences, or something vaguely approaching full sentences. We're not going to be grading grammar, but we would like some significant amount of speech. Yeah.
Okay.
Dave?
Just you could say anything. We really don't care. It doesn't have to be an instructional, but you could make it like a welcome video for one of your courses, and then you could reuse it. Or you can just do something for 30 seconds that gives you enough. If there are 2 or 3 sentences, we're perfectly happy.
Okay, this is Trent. I think we would ask that the video does have value to an online course and is practice for humanizing. So, I mean, it can be short, but, something like an intro to your syllabus or yourself, or maybe an intro to an assignment, you can keep it short, but, hopefully you're practicing humanizing your online class and increasing that regular effective contact between instructors and students.
It would certainly be of more value to you if you made it something that was actually useful. So, that's the process from beginning to end. This has been recorded, so you can go back and look at this again at any time.
When and where did you prepare these things? The sheets that I'm looking at now, when were they done? Are they done beforehand and put in the middle of your video, or?
Oh, the slides?
Yes.
This was recorded during I think during a Zoom session. And I had shared my screen just as I'm doing with you right now. And I just brought PowerPoint up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
So the class is end now?
And worked my way through. I had previously prepared these PowerPoint slides. Actually,
Okay.
I think I
Okay.
downloaded them many years ago. And I just ran through the slides on the screen while sharing my screen and talked about them. So that's how you prepare a narrated PowerPoint presentation for your students. You can do that in Zoom and then save it either to YouTube or to the Zoom cloud. Give the students the link to it, and they can click on that link and view your PowerPoint lecture anytime. And it's so much more valuable than just giving them the PowerPoint slides, because most of the information delivered in a PowerPoint presentation is in the narration, not on the talking points on the slide. So especially if it's a good one. So that's how this was done. So a little PowerPoint presentation would be a great one to do. And I guarantee you that will be useful in your course. Good questions. All right.
Can you show me how to upload then a Zoom lecture or a Zoom recording onto YouTube?
I'll be more than happy to show you that. We had a question in aid of that. We had a question earlier about where am I going to find this recording and when? Well, the when is as soon as I get it up there sometime tonight. After, obviously, we have to finish first. In terms of where you're going to find it on the web, you're going to go to sdccdolvid.org. And I will put that in the chat tool.
Thank you so much.
Oh, of course. No good unless you can find it again, right? This is our on-demand video site at the district. Been working on for years. Has hundreds of instructional videos on it. And let me hit enter. That is now in the chat tool to everyone at the bottom. And you can save the chat log at any time to your local hard drive so you can keep it. There's a little menu. Unfortunately, I can't show you this because Zoom doesn't send this window downstream when I share, but if you look in the lower right-hand corner of the chat box, there's a little menu icon, the 3 horizontal dots, the ellipsis.
Uh-huh.
If you click on that, there's an option to save the chat.
I did.
And that goes to a folder called Zoom in your default documents folder. You should be able to find it without too much trouble on either PC or Mac. We just bring up Windows Explorer or the Finder and look for your default documents folder and look for a subfolder in that called Zoom, which is automatically created. And if you go in there, you'll find the chat tool, the chat log.
Yep.
And a good idea to save that just before you leave, because you can keep saving over it and update it so that you have everything that we might put in there.
Thank you very much.
You are certainly welcome. So let me show you that site. It's sdccdolvid.org. Press enter. This is what it looks like.
Oh.
And there's a menu at the top, and there's a button on that menu marked Workshop Archives. And if you click on Workshop Archives, that's where this recording will be. Here's the latest one that I uploaded. Here's one from the 20th.
What's the name of it again? How are you going to name it?
sdccdolvid.org is the website.
Mm-hmm.
I'll call this Orientation to the Online Faculty Certification Program.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make it something that makes it clear. I'll name it something that makes it clear what it is. I'll do my best.
Yeah, we can find it for orientation.
So,
Can students save the chat room also when we do our own Zoom accounts?
Oh, yes. Yes, they can. They can save the chat.
So Dave, I just joined. This is Marlene, and I just saw it on my email that you had this today. So I can just go on this site and listen to okay, talk today. And you have one tomorrow and Thursday.
I do.
Then, all right, okay.
And they're all, and almost everything I've done in the past is on here as well. Every single one of them, even if it's a repeat of an earlier one, I've put them all up here.
So this week is for the online Canvas certification?
No, that's today.
Oh,
The one, I forget what the one tomorrow is. Right offhand, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
Tuesday, this is supposed to be
I
Belgium.
will, I will tell you what tomorrow. Okay, hold on.
Right? Yeah, you. Somebody
Tomorrow
knows.
is grading.
Oh.
Tomorrow's
Grading
grading.
and
Yeah,
Canvas,
tomorrow is
right.
graded in Canvas, yes, from 2 to 4.
Grading and Canvas. Thank you.
From 2 to 4, yeah.
I would have figured that out. Okay. So the workshop archives will have what you want. Now, see, there are a couple missing there. I don't know what it is. To go check on that, because I've uploaded 2 or 3 of them in the last week, and they're not showing up there. I'll figure out what happened there and make sure they're there. All right. And there's lots of other stuff on here. If you want to look at all of our Zoom tutorials, just go to the search box and type Zoom. And we have gajillions of them. There's one going, that's one of the ones I expected to see under the workshop archives. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Dave, I have a question.
Yes.
How do I upload my YouTube video to Canvas?
Okay, how do you make
How
it
do I-
visible to students? in
How do I turn it
Canvas?
in?
You got it.
Thank you.
How do you turn it in? Yeah, we're about to talk about that indeed.
Thank you.
Let's go back to Canvas. Now that we have the YouTube video and it's up there and it's captioned, how do you satisfy the rest of this assignment? Well, let's pull up. Need to find Canvas here. Gotten hidden. There it is. All righty. We go to the modules. It's the quickest way to do it. And let's go down here to Module 2. This is Module 2, Item 7. Captioning a video with YouTube. Well, we might say creating a video, uploading it to YouTube and editing the YouTube captions, but that would be rather lengthy, but that's what we're doing. This is a discussion forum or topic. It's a bulletin board. There's a lot of information here. Here's a video on how to upload to YouTube. So just about everything I've covered today is provided to you, including how to record on your smartphone and how to upload it to YouTube. So those videos are already linked there. There's somebody else's videos. They're Katie's videos, which are better than mine any day. I've been making instructional videos for 30-some years. And I'm the one who showed Katie how to do the first screencast she ever did.
I
She was
remember.
sitting right next to me when she did it. And I will tell you that she is far better at it than I am. and has been since about 20 minutes after I showed her how to do it the first time. So she's remarkable. Okay. The video needs to be something you've created, because we want to know that you can create a video. Also, that eliminates any copyright issues. YouTube will caption it for you. You have to edit the captions, and we can tell whether you've edited them or not. There's a tell that I won't let out. But we know whether you've edited the captions or not. Huh?
You're not going to tell us about the tell.
I'm not going to tell you what the tell is. No. They would refuse to pay me if I did that.
No, we don't want that.
All right. So basically, this is all just information about it, but where the rubber meets the road, right here, the reply button. And this is a very long set of instructions. So you kind of forget that this is in fact a bulletin board, a discussion forum. But you just go right here to where it says reply and you click.
Dave, can I interrupt you?
Please.
The way what you've shown us was not the way it was presented while we were going through the course. This has been modified.
This is just the course as it sits right now.
All the guidelines were not there. Nothing was there. No guidelines.
No guidelines here? I don't know.
Those videos were not there. Scroll up. They weren't there. No guidelines. You just had to read something and then proceed with the assignment. All of this that you just scrolled down to was not there.
I'm sorry, this is all I've ever seen in here. I was not involved in creating this, or directly involved in creating this course. So
actually, when I went through it, I saw those instructions there.
Yeah, the instructions.
I saw them too, but the video that the young man presented was so overwhelming and long and fast. It didn't help me at all. And when I went into YouTube, nothing even looked like what he shows in that video.
one problem with YouTube is that they do change the interface all too often.
Yes, there's
So
a new student.
what I showed you is what it looks like today. And hopefully what it looks like tomorrow will be enough like what it looks like today for you to figure it out. But I've had the same problem myself where I've gone in and looked at it. Maybe it's been a month since I used it or something, and I look at it, where did that come from? So I empathize. But so get this done this week, and you won't have to worry about that. I don't anticipate it'll change dramatically in a short period of time. So anyway, you've got your, let's see what it says. Tips for completing the form. Screencast-O-Matic is another way to do this. Make a screencast. Though I'll tell you the phone is much easier. But I've had people tell me, well, I don't use a smartphone. Well, that's no problem. You can use Screencast-O-Matic on your computer and do it. Actually, you can use Screencast-O-Matic on your smartphone if you have that too. But it's easier just to record the video using the video app on the phone.
If you have that phone.
Okay, can you do it?
Okay, so I just hit reply. And there's a number of ways you could put this in. Like, here's my video. It'll help if you spell video right. My mother told me to learn to type. All right, here's my video. You need the link to the video. At minimum, everybody needs the link.
Right.
So we go back to YouTube and we find the video.
Yes.
This is the one I edited, so I'll use this one.
Okay.
If you look at the video, down below and to the right of the video is a button marked share.
Oh, okay.
Click that button and the share box comes up for the video, and here's your link.
Okay.
That's what you need to report. You can get that on your clipboard just by clicking the copy button here.
Yeah.
Just click copy, or just copy it to the clipboard in the usual way. Just highlight it and do Control-C or Command-C on the Mac, or just click the copy button. Yeah, that gets it on the clipboard, whether you're using a PC or a Mac.
Okay.
Now let's go back to Canvas.
Put it in, right?
Right click, paste,
Boom.
enter. You're done. Or if you really want to impress someone, you can embed the video by going back to YouTube, clicking on the share button. Instead of just taking the link, you get the embed code from YouTube. Click on that. This is a little more complex than a simple link, but you don't have to worry about that. You just copy it to your clipboard. Again, using that copy button. Then let's go back to Canvas again. You can go to the Insert Edit Media tool, which is the second from the left in the second row of the icons on the content editor in Canvas. Click on that, select the Embed tab from the Insert Edit Media tool, and paste the embed code into that box. Again, you don't worry about what's in that code, just paste it, click OK, and that looks a lot sexier.
It's just easier for the students to access, correct?
Well, it's not so much easier as it's more motivating.
Okay,
It draws them in a little better.
Right.
They see that it's a video, it's more attractive.
Yeah.
It's more motivating, I think. But it doesn't work any better than the simple link here. If I now I'll just post the reply. I'll go back. Don't worry, Trenton. I'll go back and take this out. I'll post the reply.
But that takes out a step, Dave. They can just click on the video instead of clicking on the link and then clicking on the video.
Right. So I like the embed, certainly. But here I've covered all bases. I've got the link, a little embed, and the big embed. So by God, I ought to get 15 points for that.
I'll give you 20.
How do you put a title on your video? Like if you want to say welcome on top. Is it
Good
just,
question.
Here's my video, do you just put welcome, or how do you do that?
You mean here, I just type that in, of course. But you're talking about, well, this one is titled recording number 11. That's not terribly useful, but you can name your video in YouTube. Indeed, when you upload a video to YouTube from a computer, it will force you to name it.
Okay.
But like I can go back and name this one. Oops, didn't mean to do that, sorry. Let's see, this one's got captions yet. Well, I can't tell that from this page, but I can name this video right here by changing the title.
Thank you.
Ugly video. Save. I can also add a description. Really ugly. Exclamation point. And then I save that as changes. And now it has a name.
Oh, you just look like Santa on vacation.
I'm sorry now?
You just look like
Hi,
Santa on
everybody.
vacation.
Glad to have you in our orientation to the online faculty's certification
And there
program
the cat.
course today. What else can I say? It's wonderful to see you all. I can't believe 120 some of you turned out today. And I hope you're not regretting it yet, though having to watch this very much longer will probably stress you out quite a bit. So that's enough of that. That's plenty.
Can't hear it, Dave.
Pardon? Oops. Did I not, when I shared my screen, did I not?
No sound.
I heard it just fine. I heard it
Oh,
too.
you heard it? Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever, you all.
Yeah, I did have that. It is important. That brings up a point. When you share your screen in Zoom and you think you may be playing a video for your attendees, be sure that you select the box that says share computer sound. Otherwise, they will not be able to hear it. So,
Where is that button, Dave?
pardon?
Where is that where do we click on that?
Let me show you. And don't despair. I know Trenton's been doing yeoman work in the chat tool, but just keep those questions coming. I will not leave as long as you have a question. Now, where do you see that? Let me pull up my editor here. Snag it, editor. Nope, nope. There it is. Okay, I have a copy of that. I can't show you that screen live because Zoom. Oh, but I have a copy of it. There it is. But Zoom, because Zoom doesn't share its own screens, which makes it a little hard to teach Zoom on Zoom. I have mentioned that to them once in the past, but apparently there's a good reason for that. Now, oops, need to do that. This is what you see when you first click the share button in Zoom. You get this window where you pick what you want to share. Mine's a little bit more complex than yours might be because I've got 3 screens on this computer. So I can share any one of them. And these are the options you want to take. You want to share your entire desktop, the vast majority of the time anyway, so that whatever appears on your screen will appear to your students. So if you change the application you're showing them, you won't have to reinitiate, you won't have to stop your share and start again. Just share your desktop. And anything that you pull up on your computer screen, they will see. The other thing you want to watch for is down here in the lower left-hand corner. Let me draw an arrow to it. This tool I'm using is called Snagit. It's wonderful. And you can get it for free right now. There's an option to share your computer sound. To make sure that, I always try to remember to check that just in case I end up playing a video, even if I didn't originally intend to. And we've had a lot of people ask that question because a lot of people have had the experience that they've tried to play a video for their students. The students were able to see it, but they weren't able to hear it. And that's why. So be sure you check that.
Dave, just a minute before you move. I've got 3 screens also, 3 desktops. So what's the advantage? So can I pull like a YouTube and have it set in my screen too? So that when it comes up, I can just press, it's easier.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can be talking about one thing on this screen and then drag something. Let me see, like my webcam controller. You can drag it in. You can stage it on another screen and drag it in when you're ready for it. So there's not much delay.
Yeah.
So you can pull up all the windows that you're going to share during your Zoom meeting and stack them up on one of your other monitors and share your primary monitor and then just drag them in when you're ready for it.
Where do you drag from?
From the other screens.
Okay.
I can drag windows from one screen to another just by clicking in the top bar of the window.
Oh, yeah.
Drag it around. So I can drag it between, if you set your multiple screens up to be one continuous desktop, which is the default, that's the default setting, then you can just drag windows from one monitor to another.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it really makes it easier to lecture in Zoom if you have multiple monitors. Though before I spent money on an extra monitor, I'd spend money on a USB document camera that allowed, like the one that allowed me to show you my smartphone here, because that to me is the #1 vital Zoom accessory. In fact, you can use that document camera as a webcam in a pinch. Because right now you can still order the document cameras, but finding a webcam somewhere is darn near impossible. It's like finding toilet paper. The webcams vanished because everybody in the world is using Zoom.
Yeah.
Zoom's user base 3 months ago was 20 million people, which was a lot. Now it's over 300 million people, and every one of those people wants a webcam. So, but you can still get the document cameras because you can use those as your webcam.
Dave,
Yes.
you have a delay on your dock camera. When you move a piece of paper, is that delayed for you? It is for me.
It broke up. You broke up just a second there. Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I'm using my dot cam and I'm moving the piece of paper. There's a
Yep.
delay in the movement.
Oh, where there's a little shakiness in the
Right.
movement.
Is that
Yeah, that's normal.
Okay.
The document camera is optimized to show documents that are not moving.
Okay.
It's not designed to catch motion real well. Though, as you can see, I'm using my document camera to talk to you right now. If I stop my share for a second, I am using my document camera as my webcam, which you can do in Zoom. So you can get by with just the one camera.
Dave, I bought that camera on March 19th for $99. Now it's $200.
For how much?
$99.
Yep.
Now it's $250 on Amazon, and it says unavailable.
The same model?
The same model.
Yep.
Oh, gee. I'd look somewhere else. It's
Yeah,
worth
I don't need
$100
it.
bucks. It's not worth $250. There is a more complicated model that's $250, but you don't need that either.
Right.
This one, the one I'm using is in fact is about 8 years old. It's the grandfather of the model you have, and it still works fine.
Sure.
Does everything I need. And
Thank you for everything.
like I say, you can use it as your document or as your webcam as well, so you don't have to have two cameras. So it's nice
Dave?
to have. Yes.
Dave, this is James.
Hey.
I teach jazz history.
Yes.
At Mesa. And two things. One, W.W. Norton, publisher, has a course for online teaching. How does it integrate? Or do I just go to W.W. Norton and let them explain it?
Well, we had a question earlier about how do you get into our course. Now, in order to be certified at the district, you either have to take our course,
correct,
or you have to take one of a number of courses offered by nearby schools or by @ONE, which we will accept in lieu of our course. Those decisions are made by the dean for substitutions, so you'd have to contact the dean to see if another course would be acceptable.
Terrific. We have one.
I don't make that decision.
We have one faculty member using the course right now. So it obviously has been approved. I'll check that out. Second
Yeah,
question.
check with Brian Weston and make sure that it's going to be
Brian
okay.
Weston.
For
All right.
before somebody spends a lot of time on it and then it's not going to.
Dave, may I go back and ask that question I did before about
Absolutely.
how do I sign up for the course?
That's where I'm headed.
Thank you.
One
That
quick
is
question
where-
before.
Put the sign up link. in
What
the
if I
chat for
play
everybody.
a piece of copyrighted music in the background and then take a video of the music being played while I explain what's going on musically? If I make a video
You
of that,
are technically in violation of copyright.
that's what I thought.
Your
So-
chances of being caught are very low unless you put the video on YouTube.
Okay.
YouTube will catch copyrighted audio. Ask me how I know that.
Yeah. Okay.
But YouTube warned me, but it didn't sanction me. It said, you don't have any copyright hits. This is not, but we're not going to let you monetize this video.
Correct.
I wasn't planning on doing anyway, but it will catch it. And I don't know what would happen if you put like a Rolling Stones or Beatles tune up there that somebody big owned. Your best bet
I
is
see.
if you got your
Yes.
own music, I'd use that if I could, because it technically it is technically a copyright violation. But if you use your own music, you own the copyright to that. So can't nobody mess with you on that one.
Well, I'm going to put an old Duke Ellington song from 1927.
Right. Public domain.
Public. Oh, it's public domain.
Yeah.
All right.
Just make
I'll
sure
check for
Mickey
that.
Mouse isn't in it.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Are there free music sites online? Because I thought Katie
Yes.
once showed us.
Yeah, they're free. There are some.
Yes,
of
there
them.
are. There are some that have copyright-free public domain music clips on them.
Is that in that on-demand section?
Unfortunately not, but
Oh.
I'll consider that as a request for a tutorial, and I'll do it. Let me write that down. But we got to get to show people how to sign up for this. So let me go do that before I answer any more questions, okay?
Thank you.
And Trenton, correct me if I'm wrong here because I haven't done this recently. Are you still there?
I am. I put the enrollment form link in the chat for everybody if they
Oh,
need it.
cool. Or, oh, great. So it's in the chat. Would you like to share your screen and show them that? I'll stop my share.
Sure. One moment.
Because it'd take me longer to find it than it would you. Because Trenton's one of the folks who set this course up and is currently employed by Online Learning Pathways and is up to date on all things, all of the mysteries of online education at the San Diego Community College District.
Hey, Dave, the screen sharing's disabled, it looks like.
Oh, I did. I'm so sorry. I have corrected that. Forgive me.
And we need to sign up as a student, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, signing up for
explain this part is unclear. So it looks like we have to sign as a student and as an instructor.
Both.
Just, yeah, say it. Can you clarify?
Here's the form for signing up. It should have the flex numbers for you. And you just include your first, last name. Make sure you do your 10-digit ID, not your old 6-digit. And we need your email address. And we ask for your campus that you're primarily teaching at, your department, and if you're full-time or adjunct.
Well, I never saw this.
This is the form that the link is in the chat window as well.
Is that linked to the website, Trenton?
The link, well, I thought the question was about the form for enrolling in the course. Did I get it wrong?
Right. But where they find this link if they don't have it in the chat tool?
It should be on the website. As
Yeah,
far
that
as
was
I've been
my
out
thought.
for a little while.
But I don't
think
know
that
where it
link
is.
On the Online Learning Pathways site, but you can always email us too if you need it. I'm just ttidwell at SDCCD, and Chris Rogers is crogers, CRODGERS at sdccd.edu. Just email us and we'll be happy to send it to you as well.
I'd like to ask a question.
Good.
Right there on that page, after we sign in, and that's what I was asking in the chat. This is Karen Pass.
Hi, Karen.
Hi. After it says once you have logged onto your account, the very first thing you want to do is change your password. Well, you've already told us to use our 10-digit password as our number, correct?
No, the 10-digit ID is your username.
Okay. And then I
Your
have a
password.
password. Okay.
Yeah, your password is initially set to your 8-digit birth date.
Okay.
Month, day, year, which is not
Okay.
secure. So we ask that you change.
Oh, that's what
It's not the same as My Portal. Canvas and My Portal are two different logins.
My portal, they've already got it. I can't seem to touch it. I've got another problem with signing on. That's another reason I'm asking this question. I've sent it in to the desk, the 7,000, and I'm still waiting. I'm on my second month for them to clean that up. So that's what I need to do. That's what you're telling me, Dave and Mr.
Well, no,
Tidwell.
that won't affect Canvas.
Right. That's what I'm asking about. I'm asking about right here where it says, and I think we've kind of got it and then I didn't get it. So it wants me to change my password to be able to do the class online. Yes?
We do have a module at the very beginning where we ask you to upload a profile picture and also change your default password for Canvas, just so it's not the default anymore.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
And you do that, by going to your account button in
Okay.
the global navigation menu, the system menu on Canvas.
Okay.
Click on your avatar image if you've uploaded one. Go to settings
Okay.
in the account menu
Mhm.
and go to edit settings in the task menu on the right.
Okay.
And that opens up a little box called labeled change password.
Okay.
You click on that box, you're asked to enter your current password and then your new password twice, and then update the settings.
And my current one is my birthday, yeah?
Month, day, year, year.
Thank you.
You bet.
This is Marlene. I have a question. I filled
Good.
out that enrollment form yesterday. So what do I do next? Do I wait for an email?
Yes, Trenton, can you please
Yes.
explain how we're supposed to know if we are in the course or we are not?
Once we get your request, it might take a day or two or a little longer right now to process. However, once we do, we send you an email to the email address you put on the form that tells you you're now in the course, that we created a development shell for you, and where Canvas is located to start working.
What's the name of the shell?
It is the 2019-2020 Online Faculty Certification Program.
Yeah, well, this is for the students, and we're supposed to have two shells, yes?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
This is the shell in which you are a student.
Mm-hmm.
The other shell will be, we'll say, a development shell in your name.
Okay.
It might say something like
and that's the easiest way to tell. I'm sorry, go ahead, Trenton.
Sorry about that. It might, Dave's right, it'll say development shell, or it might say dev-shell or D-shell with your first initial of your first name and then your last name.
I don't
Okay,
want
so you
extra.
have to look for our names. Okay.
So which one do we work in?
You start in the course shell, in the one where you're a student.
Okay.
When you get to something that requires you, when you get to an assessment that requires you to do something that requires instructor privileges, you'll be asked in the assignment to go to your practice shell or your development shell and do something there. So this course, you start in this course.
Okay.
And you'll be told when you need to go to the practice shell.
Okay.
So
But your
that
course-
shell will appear when you're registered. Otherwise, it will
Exactly.
not be on your dashboard.
Right, that's how you tell if you've been
Makes
enrolled
sense.
or not.
Perfect.
You just go to your dashboard and look for that tile. If that tile is there, you're good to go.
Thanks so much.
Back to the, I asked this question about an hour ago. Can you go back to the module 1 to answer my question, please?
I can do that. Let's see, modules. Module 1. Okay, you were asked in the module 1 assignment, correct? You were asking about?
I did the non-graded quiz, and there was something when I was doing the reading that said I had to update my profile and then enter my introductory paragraph. I couldn't find what to click on to do that.
Okay, the introductory paragraph will be in the discussion forum, 1.7, introduction and icebreaker.
Okay.
Just go into that. Here are your directions. And here's the reply button. And you click that, you get a text box, and you type your stuff in here. And then you hit post reply. And if you, to get an idea of what other people are saying, you can just scroll down.
Now, I saw that. I saw about 5,000 of those, but I didn't see the box to hit reply.
I know that's an issue, a little bit of an issue with the Canvas interface. I don't think they emphasize that reply button is the functional heart of this discussion forum. If you don't see that, nothing else works for you.
Exactly.
So,
that's what I was thinking.
I empathize.
Yeah. And then for the profile, where do you?
Okay, so that's the introduction, the icebreaker. Okay. Then we can go back to the modules tool and look at the others. You can always hop back to that modules tool and jump to wherever you need to.
Right.
In the module 1 assignment now, which is a homework assignment, if you will. Here you're asked to check that your email is correct. How are we gonna know? We're just asking you to do that. Change your password. We'll have to take your word on that because we can't see your password.
Yeah, I've changed my password already.
Good. Change your profile picture or upload a profile picture if you haven't. Please choose an appropriate image. That one on my video would not be appropriate if you need a yardstick. Something that would not cause your colleagues to hurl would be good. And of yourself preferably, though I've been known to use Bullwinkle as my avatar image. And everyone will see this. And once you've finished doing that, you come back to here, to this assignment.
Where do you get to where you do that?
Okay. The avatar image, or your profile picture, is also in the account menus. Account, I think it's profile or settings. I think it's profile. Yeah, profile.
Yeah, that's what I couldn't get to.
Account, profile, and here it is. And if you mount, this will probably, if you haven't uploaded something, it'll just be a silhouette, a generic silhouette. But when you mouse over it, you get a little pencil icon, which is a universal edit symbol. So you click on that, and you can upload a picture. You choose that picture from your local computer. So you take a selfie, you put it on your computer, you email it to yourself or whatever, and then you pick a new picture. Click open. Move it around. Maybe you can try to make it a little bigger, but it'll only let you do it so big. And then you save.
Boris.
Under the photo, and it says contact, and then it says you're supposed to add your bio. Is that a part of the assignment or no?
That was not part of this assignment.
Okay.
You'll notice I don't have a bio, but if you want to, you can just go to edit profile over here.
Yeah. Okay,
And
I did that,
Oh,
but I
good.
didn't have a link below. It says put your link there, but
Don't worry.
okay.
I don't have a link there either.
Okay, so just
if you had like a personal website that you wanted to drive people to, you could put that link here.
Okay, so we only have to put in a picture, not a bio or links or contact.
For the purposes of this assignment, that is correct.
Okay.
I have a question. If I change the picture, because I already have one, for this course, will that also change the picture on my account and on my other?
Yes. Quite frankly, if you already have one up there, we'll never know whether you changed it or
I
not.
have to change it because I already shown that I know how to do it.
If it's already up there, we know you know how to do it. That's all we care about. We're not critiquing your pictures.
Thank you.
Glass houses, bricks, no.
Picture from 20 years ago.
So yeah. Oh, would anybody do that? I just recently started using a picture that was taken in the 20th century or in the 21st century. So yeah, we're not judging. We just want to make sure you've got a picture up there. And it's up to you if you want to use something other than a picture. There are reasons why people might want to do that. I know some people don't like to have their pictures online, and you're under no obligation to do so. You can put Boris up there if you like. Just as long as we know that you know how to do this. That's our concern. All right. Great questions. Keep them coming. Have I already covered all the items in my agenda? Yes, I did that about an hour ago. My agenda now is to make sure that you don't leave with any questions unanswered.
Well,
So keep 'em coming.
question unanswered was how, if I take a Zoom video, how would
Yeah,
I put
yeah.
that on?
How do you put that on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, absolutely. We have had that question before, as you might imagine. So we have a tutorial for that on our on-demand site. It's one of our Zoom tutorials. Let's go Zoom recording. We'll get us there faster. Press enter, sorry. Recording to your local computer in Zoom and loading the recording onto YouTube. We'll show you how to do this. I just show you that so that you'll have this answer available to you at any time. In order to get your Zoom recording on YouTube, you'll probably record to your local computer rather than take the default option in your Confer Zoom accounts, which will send it to the Zoom cloud. Let me say that either one will work. If you put your recording on the Zoom cloud, it'll work fine. The only reason perhaps not to do that is that you do have limited space on your Zoom, in your Zoom cloud storage. I believe you have 1 gigabyte of storage. The recording for this meeting will be in the 300 to 400 megabyte range. 1 gigabyte is 1,000 megabytes. So these Zoom recordings of full class sessions will fill up your Zoom cloud pretty quickly. So being able to put it on YouTube when you run out of room on Zoom, on the Zoom cloud, is something worth knowing. So how do you do that? Well, when you record, when you press the record button in Zoom as a host, you should be given an option to record either to the local computer or to the cloud, the Zoom cloud. If you don't get an option, then it's going to go to the Zoom cloud. But there's a way you can force Zoom to give you that option. So I probably need to show you that first.
Can I ask you something? After
Yes.
you upload, if you upload to the cloud and then you make your YouTube video of it, then you can delete it from the cloud, right? So you have the space back, correct?
Yes. And if you notice there was a tutorial to show you how to, if you put something on the Zoom cloud and you want it on YouTube, there's a tutorial that will show you how to download it from the Zoom cloud and load it on YouTube. Just search for Zoom recording on the on-demand site, and this will pop up, because somebody had that same question the other day. I'm running out of room on my Zoom cloud. How can I get some of those recordings over onto YouTube? You can move the recording to YouTube, and then you can delete it from the Zoom cloud so you have more room. And this will show you how to do that.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you for the good question. All right. Let's see. Now, right. So how do you force Zoom to give you the option to record to your local computer? Because the folks at CCC Confer have turned that option off in most cases that I've seen. But you have control over your own account. So you can web to zoom.us, which is the Zoom URL. And if you're not already signed in, it will look like this. Let me sign out here and show you what this looks like from scratch. If you go to zoom.us and you're not logged in, you have a sign in button here. Not sign up, because you already have an account with Confer Zoom, but you want to sign in, because Confer Zoom accounts are just regular Zoom accounts that are being paid for by someone else, which is nice, right? So we click sign in, and we log in using the email address and the password that was set up with our Zoom or with our Confer Zoom account. The email address you gave to Confer Zoom, which would be your district email address, your EDU email address, and the password was whatever was set when you signed up. So you sign in, and you go to, that takes you to the account management screens at Zoom for your account. You go to settings. Settings. Mouth moving ahead of brain, sorry. Go to settings, and then select recording settings here. And the first option is to allow local recording to your local computer. Turn that on if it's not already turned on. Blue is on. And that's it. You don't have to save that or anything. It just automatically saves it. So now, when you click the record button on Zoom, you'll have the option to record to the local computer. It pops up, and you just click record to local computer. You then hold your Zoom session. You're not worried about that. I'm doing that right now. I'm recording this to my local computer. When you're done, you can stop the recording. There's a little button in your Zoom menu that allows you to stop the recording, or you can just end the meeting, and that will end the recording. And then Zoom has been sending that recording the whole time to your local hard drive, which is technically safer than sending it to the cloud, because the internet's not involved. It's staying within your local system. And it's been sending that recording to a temporary storage location on your hard drive the whole time. When you end the meeting, it starts a process of converting that raw recording into something that will stream over the internet. And a little window will pop up that says, converting your recording, don't turn your computer off. So you do have to leave your computer on for a while until that conversion process finishes, though I have forgotten to do that. And there is a way you can recover from that you won't lose your recording if you forget that. But you may have a moment or two of uncertainty if you do that. So you leave your computer on for a while, and the recording will be saved to your local hard drive. It will go to your hard drive to your default document directory, and that'll be true on the Mac or the PC. I'm on a PC, so I'm showing you Windows Explorer here, but you could use the Finder in the Mac to find it as well. Go to your default document directory, and you'll find a subfolder called Zoom that was created automatically when you recorded to this computer. You don't have to create that folder. It just makes itself. So you open that folder, and hopefully you don't have this many Zoom recordings on your computer. You'll find a series of subfolders inside the Zoom folder, each one of which contains a recording for a single Zoom session. And they're dated, so you can tell which one is which. Like, here's the one that we started for today. That was formed when I saved my chat a little while ago. 4:28, started at 2 p.m. Uses 24-hour time, so it's 1400 hours, 2 p.m. today. So that one's in progress, but it's not ready yet. Let me go back to the one yesterday that I did to show you what it looks like. This is what's inside that folder. And most of these files you really don't care about, though here's your chat log. If you record the session, it automatically records the chat. So there's the chat from yesterday. But here's the video with audio of your Zoom session, Zoom_0. It's always named that. That's one of the things Zoom got in trouble for, because people were uploading these files to YouTube and not changing the name and making it public. And then they were getting angry at Zoom because somebody found their recording and posted it somewhere or something like that. Duh. It's always named that. All right. So, and I know I'm already up. Yes.
Can you click on it?
Can I click on it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, sure. If I double click on it, it'll play it. And here's yesterday's session. And welcome everyone this morning to our session on Introduction to Zoom. I'm Dave Giverson, an old retired instructional design coordinator. So that's your video. The trick is to get that up to YouTube. And we kind of saw that a little while ago. I'll run through that again now. I just need to know where that is. That's why I'm showing you how to find it, because you got to be able to find it when you start the Zoom YouTube, Zoom or manual upload process to YouTube, which I promised somebody earlier I would do anyway, so I'll do it right now. I need to go to YouTube. I can be anywhere as long as I'm signed into my YouTube account. I can be on any screen. And to upload a video from my local hard drive, be it a Zoom recording or whatever, I can click this Create button. And I get an option to, it's just anytime you see that little camera icon with a plus sign in it, that's YouTube's way of saying, upload your video here. So you click on that and you get an option to either upload a video or go live to the world. Not today, not for me. I'm going to upload one. I click that, and now you get on the train, as it were, and YouTube will pull the train into the station. You just follow it. It'll take you by the hand and walk you through this process. And if that's not enough mixed metaphors, I'll keep trying. Select files is the next thing you do. You select your file that you want to upload. Presumably you have such a file somewhere. I would go then to my documents directory, and I would go to Zoom, and I would find my most recent upload, which is not ready yet. And I know I uploaded the one from yesterday last night. And YouTube gets upset. Not terribly upset, but they do print red characters on your screen if you upload the same video twice. They don't actually use the word moron, but you can sort of hear it. So let me see if I can find something here that's not already on YouTube. Which is going to be hard because I put just about all of these up there. Anyway, what I do, just to show you the process, is I'd go into my Zoom recording folder, and I click on that recording, and I click Open. And that would start the train out of the station. That would start the upload. But I know that one's already up there. So let me just pick another video, okay, to illustrate the process. I've seen enough red ink from YouTube lately. So far, I'm in good standing with them, but you never know. So I'll select files, and I'm just going to pick a video from another place here, something safe. Camtasia. Seahawks. What the hell is that? big, whatever it is. I don't want to do that. I know I put that one up there. Put that one up there. Put that one up there. Word test to Canvas. Yeah, I put that one up there too. Shoot. Sorry. I don't want to do any of this. How about this one? This one's probably not up there. I'll try it. Don't worry about this. Just assume I just hit Zoom_0 and started the upload. All right, the first thing YouTube asked me to do is give it a name. This is where you avoid having people search your video by file name and finding it. Give it a name, my class, date, whatever, you know, whatever you want to call it. I'll just call this sample video. You can optionally add a description with more information. Uh-oh, what did I do? Processing abandoned. Video is already on there. Shoot, sorry. I didn't find one that I hadn't uploaded before.
Okay, I think it's pretty clear how it
You
goes.
get the idea?
Yeah, from there on, it's probably very similar to what you've already shown us.
It's exactly similar to what I've already shown you. You do have to choose your visibility. It'll ask you that. And then the video will upload and you'll automatically be dropped into your video list, your channel list. And then you can edit the captions if you like, as we saw. I'll be honest and say I rarely do. If it's a Zoom recording, it's like an hour or 2 hours long, it's not practical for you to edit those captions. It is just not practical. And the YouTube captions are good enough that there's no moral imperative either. A hearing impaired person can follow what you're doing with those captions. They're not as neat as they could be. They don't have capital letters and periods and things like that at the ends of sentences and so on. But it can be followed, and that's the key.
So I know that Canvas can also make captions. Those disappear, right? So it's
No, Canvas has no captioning tool built into it. The Zoom Cloud.
The Zoom, yeah, okay.
Zoom Cloud also creates great captions.
Yeah, that's what I meant, I guess.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised, I don't know this for a fact, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised that they didn't license the technology from YouTube, because it's very similar in its presentation. And it's similar in quality too. The captions on the Zoom Cloud are equally good to those, as near as I can tell, equally good to the ones you get on YouTube. So they're both excellent. You can also get your share information here for your video and all that. So
thank you. I gotta go, but thank you so very much.
You are certainly welcome. Anybody else have a question? What are we down to? Still 28 people here plus me. Some of you obviously have a high tolerance for pain.
Dave,
yes.
Subject.
It's listed in the chat, which we really in the beginning, if you can get to that.
Yeah. But probably be easier if you just restate it.
Okay, the question is, on the Canvas, I have several sections of the same course. So when I complete one shelf or one section, is there, and I have, let's say, 3 or 4 other shells for the same course, but just different sections, is there a way I can just upload from one shell to the others, or do I have to keep adding in each shell exactly the same thing?
Yes, no, and if we didn't do it that way, none of us would be alive. You would have tracked us down and found us by now. Yes, absolutely. You do not have to recreate that shell 3 more times. No way. Want me to show you how to do that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Let me get rid of this for the moment. Let's go to Canvas. Where did I put Canvas? I know it's here somewhere. There it is. Bada bing. Okay. I'll tell you what, I'm going to log out as teacher me and go back in as administrator me. All right. Let's say I want to copy content from one of these shells to another. That one of my section shells I've developed, I've got all my stuff in it, I'm ready to go, but I need to get that content into my other section shells. How do I do it? Well, I go to the shell where I want to pull in the content, the shell that's empty right now. This one's not quite empty, but it'll do. So I go into the target or the destination shell, the one where I want the content to come into. And I go to the settings link in the course menu for that shell. And over on the right here, I have a tab in the course details tab. You might be in another tab here, depending on what you did last here. Go to the course details tab, the first tab. There's actually, I guess it doesn't really matter in this case. There's in any case, there will be a task menu over here on the right. And in that task menu is an option to import course content. And that's what you want to do. Obviously, I've done some of this before here. The first thing you're asked is, what kind of content do you want to import? And you have to select one from this menu. And in this case, you are copying content from one shell on our Canvas system into another shell on our Canvas system. And that is referred to as copying a Canvas course in this menu. So you want the first option, copy a Canvas course. Now you have to tell Canvas which course which course you want to copy from. If you click into this box here, chances are Canvas will just right away give you a list of courses. But once the number of courses you've been enrolled in passes a certain limit, Canvas says, you got to give me some more information. So what you do here is you search for the course that has the content in it. And you do that by just starting to type the name, the first few letters of the name of the course. And there's introduction to, there, I've got it down to a manageable level. That's the one that I had on my dashboard. Mm-hmm. That's where the content is that I want to copy. So I select that course. And then I have to decide whether I want to take everything out of the other course, or I just want to take some things from that course. In your case, you're going to copy everything. So just select all content. That's the simple option anyway. I don't recommend adjusting events and due dates. It doesn't work that well. I would just take the content and click import. Canvas starts a job. You see here it's queued up. Now it's running. And as it runs, a little progress bar will run across the screen so you can follow this. This is a very small course. With your courses, it's quite possible this could take some time. you don't have to stay here and watch this. You can go and do something else, either in Canvas or in another application, and come back later. This will finish on its own. But this is going to be over fast enough. We can wait on it. Doo, 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 doo. Completed pops up, so you know it's done. If there were problems, it will inform you. And you can click on this link to see what they were. A missing link was found at imported content. Oh, that's, I'm not worried about that. The one thing you might find here that would be useful, it might tell you that certain test questions didn't copy. But that's not going to happen if you're copying from one Canvas course to another. So the chances are you're going to have 0 issues here. We only had issues when we were copying courses from Blackboard into Canvas. And occasionally some things wouldn't copy, which was normal. But you're not going to have any issues. So now the copy is completed. To see if it did, I go back, click Home, and yep, it did. You have to trust me that that did not look like that before. I should have shown you that. But it just finished the copy. So everything that was in my source course has now been copied to the destination course. And I mean everything. Files, modules, tests, assignments, everything has been copied over. And you're ready to go. And then you just go and do that in another one. If you have 3 or 4 sections, you have to do this multiple times. Unfortunately, you can't do this copy once into all of them. You have to do it section by section.
Dave, what if I want to copy something? What if I want to copy something from another college?
Okay, I'll show you that one. But it sure beats the living daylights out of him.
The question was, you know, that development shell.
I'm sorry? Yeah, that's how you would copy your content from your development shell into your live shell, right?
Before you go to the other college, Dave,
yeah.
When I was moving a test from one section to the other section of the same course, I went and exported it from the first course. It went into a zip on my laptop, and then I imported it. I didn't have to do that?
You did not.
Oh,
but it worked.
Good. It
works fine.
Yeah,
and
it worked. I don't know why I did it.
And indeed, that's the answer to the other question about how do you move content from another college's Canvas system into our system. That's exactly what you do. You go to the other college's Canvas system, which will look just like ours. All Canvas systems look alike. And you go to the course that you want to move, and you hit the settings button, and instead of import course content, you select export course content. You have 2 options for export. You can either export the entire course or just the quizzes. Not quite sure why they decided to give you those 2 options and those 2 options only, but that's it. Normally, you'll be taking the entire course, because when you take the entire course, when you go to import this into your new shell, you can choose what to import. So there's no real problem. I guess there are a number of reasons why you might want just the quizzes, but in this case, we'll take the entire course and we'll create the export by clicking on that button. This may take some time, depending on how big and complex the course is. These are small, simple courses, so it won't take long. Export is done. And notice I suddenly have a new link up here that says New Export. That's the one I just did, obviously. So I click on that link, and that allows me to download that export file from the other Canvas system onto my local hard drive. It's named automatically. you can change that if you want. Don't change the extension. An IMSCC file, it's not actually a zip. It is a compressed file, but it's not a zip file. It's a special type of transfer file format. That you don't have to worry about that. You just don't change. You can change the file name, but don't change the extension. You find a place to put that on your hard drive where you'll find it again. It's my biggest danger. Well, I know I did that, but I forgot where I put it. You save that file to your local hard drive. And that may take, probably just takes a minute. Those are fairly small files in most cases. Here it is down here, it's finished. That's what the file download looks like in Chrome. So that's in that Canvas course export folder. Now I go to the other colleges, to our Canvas system, or the other colleges' Canvas system, and I find the course into which I wish to import this content. Let me find something, import demo, that'll do. Ah, good, this is a blank course. This is perfect. I go to in the blank course or whatever, I go to the settings menu, and now I do pretty much what I did before when I was copying the course from between two shells on the same system. I go to import course content, and I select the, in this case, I select for content type, I select Canvas Course Export Package, which is what I just made. Then Canvas asks, where's the file? I click Choose File, and I go to that folder, if I can find it again. There it is. And let's see, which one is this? Is the 28th. There it is. 4:28 at 4:53 p.m. That was the one. Okay. I select that export file and I click open. He said, there we go. I decide whether I want to import all content or specific content, some but not all content. I'll just take it all in this case. Though the select specific content allows you, let's say you wanted to copy like a single module from one course to another, you'd use select specific content in that event. But let's take everything. We'll click import. And it's exactly the same process we saw before. It's just content that's come from another Canvas system. And as you pointed out a minute ago, you can do this to copy content between courses on our system as well, but you don't have to. It takes a little more time to do it this way and a few more mouse clicks, but it works just as well. So that's that process. How about another question?
Say, Dave, one last thing on the this development shell. I've got the 3.3 on Canvas, and I never put anything into the development shell voluntarily. Okay, so the question is, and I've done the other shell, I mean the actual courses, but is there a point, because the instruction never told me you have to put something in the development shell.
No,
so what
don't.
do I do with an empty development shell if I've got the 3.3?
Well, I'd hold on to that empty shell because it's nice to have a sandbox to play around in and try things in, where you won't screw up your actual course shells. So those blank shells are gold to have. But I'm guessing that you started this process in the middle of the term when we had to go temporary remote instruction, right?
Yeah, I started like early in January, earlier, yeah.
Yeah, right. Those development shells, well, one reason you might have a development shell is to take the certification course.
Yeah.
And you need that development shell as a work shell to do things that require instructor capability. So that's one thing it might have been provided. If you're enrolled in the certification course, you got a development shell to use as a practice shell with the certification course.
Uh-huh.
The other reason you might have a development shell is to create your Canvas course in a shell that the students are never going to get into, so that you can have a safe haven for your data and so on that can't be polluted as it will in the presence of students. This is important under the normal online course rotation, not because of any problems with Canvas, but because of problems with PeopleSoft. When what we were seeing happening was people were getting their Canvas shells at the beginning, just before the beginning, or before the beginning of the term. People were getting their Canvas shells for their next semester, and they were developing their courses in the live shells that their students were actually going to be enrolled in, and they'd get everything done, and somebody up in the ivory tower would say, "Oh my God, that's the wrong CRN," and they would change the CRN.
Yeah.
And all of that work that the faculty member had done, we can get it back. It's not the end of the world, but it's a distraction for everybody. So what we've taken to recommending is that, like if you're getting ready to teach in the summer and you're going to be teaching fully online, we would recommend that you ask for a development shell for whatever course or courses you're going to be teaching in the summer or in the fall, and get a development shell and develop your course. Load your content, set the course up in the development shell, because that shell is safe from PeopleSoft. PeopleSoft will never reach out and touch it.
Okay.
You're guaranteed that you're not going to be delayed in your development process. And then when you do get your live shells, you tend to wait until just a day or two before the beginning of the term to make sure that nobody messes with your live shells. We would never do that. Canvas would never do that, but PeopleSoft is another matter. And then you would copy the content from your development shell into your live shell a couple of days before the beginning of the term, when it should be safe to do so. And then publish your shell, your live shell, on the first morning of the term, and you're off and running. And almost certainly nothing is going to happen to it at that point. But that's the rationale behind the development shells.
Okay, so I could just go ahead and complete the certification course even though there's nothing in my development shell.
There will be. As you work through the certification course, you'll be asked to put stuff into that development.
Okay, I was just saying, so far up to 3.3, I hadn't been asked that.
That's right. It starts very soon.
All right, you've answered my question. Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you.
That was my goal.
All right, good. Thank you.
Time for another question?
Next, please.
Dave, so I developed 6 sets of examples on pages on my computer. And then I took a page in my Canvas and I imported those into one page. Now I want to get that page into a module that covers the same material. Maybe I should have put that first. I don't know. How do I do that?
Okay, so you have a page that you created from other pages.
That's right.
And you want to link that into one of your modules.
That's right.
Okay, that's real easy.
Good.
If you go to the modules tool, and find the module where you want to put it. Only you will know that.
Yeah.
Let's say it's this first module here for the sake of argument. You go to the module, at the top of the module, to the title of the module, and move across and find the Add Item button, the plus sign.
Okay.
And you select from the add whatever to module menu a page.
Oh, all right.
And then a list of the existing pages in your course will appear.
All right.
You just find the one that you want to put in there. I'll pick page 11 because I can remember it. And add item down here in the lower right, and there a link to that page appears in the module.
Great. So when I want to go over this material in class tomorrow on Zoom, then I just go there, click it, and all that material is there.
Up it
Yeah.
comes.
Great. I don't have to use a dot cam or anything.
Nope.
Do you have time to show? Do you have time to Screencast-O-Matic? Because I kept getting.
Yes. Would you like me to show you Screencast-O-Matic?
Yeah, how to upload it, because I kept getting an error message when I was trying to download something from YouTube into Canvas. But when it said Screencast-O-Matic, I was able to tape it on my computer, but
right.
I somehow I couldn't see the record. I just had to stop the whole thing and then save it. But isn't there a way I can make like the closed captioning changes there?
Well, you do that. You can do that in Screencast-O-Matic, but I don't recommend it. I recommend you upload it to YouTube and then edit the captions there. The caption editor in YouTube is better.
Okay, well, somehow I kept getting an error message. So somehow I think I missed a step. I know I was able to do it when I was sitting with Katie. That was real easy when she was sitting right next to me.
Yeah,
but
I trust me, I know the feeling. So let's walk our way through that process then. That's something that will probably be useful, because this is another way you can satisfy the 2.7 discussion form.
Right, because
I never got to.
I have a dumb phone.
Pardon?
I have a dumb flip phone.
Yeah, right. You don't need a smartphone to do it this way.
Okay.
So this is very apropos to our topic today.
Okay.
I'd answer the question anyway, but it's nice to have that too. All right. So we got to go to Screencast-O-Matic. Screencast-O-Matic is a website. You don't have to manually load software on your computer to use it. So we'll just go, let me bring up a new web browser window here. And go to Screencast-O-Matic. Just type SCREENCASTOMATIC.com, and that'll work. You can also type it with dashes if you like. They've bought every screen or every domain name that even approaches this. So if you get anywhere close to that, it's going to work. And press enter, and we go to Screencast-O-Matic. Start recording for free. Simple and free is really nice. You so seldom see both at the same time, but Screencast-O-Matic is. Caveat, with Screencast-O-Matic for free, your recordings can't be longer than 15 minutes, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but that's the limit. If you want longer recordings on Screencast-O-Matic, you have to pay the dog robbers the sum total of $20 a year. So it's not the end of the world, but we can start for free. It asks us to launch the free recorder. Of course, they want you to upgrade and pay them the $20, but you don't have to. You can click launch the free recorder, and it proceeds to load it. It's actually installing some software on your computer. You have to give it the right to do that by saying open screen recorder launcher. Okay, fine. It's harmless. And it works on a PC or a Mac equally well. Okay, the recorder is launched, and here it is. This is what the recorder looks like. And we've got a little record button down here, which is really probably all you need to know. But let me just run through this real quick. For free, all you can do is record your screen. If you give them the $20, you can record your webcam. Somebody asked me, how can you record on a computer if you don't have a smartphone? But if you have a computer with a webcam, you can use Screencast-O-Matic to record the webcam. But you got to pay them the $20 to do that. Or you can record both. But we'll just take the screen recording will more than, is actually better than a talking head recording for satisfying that assignment, to that discussion forum in the certification course. Maximum time's 15 minutes unless you pay them the money. I would record the full screen. That's my strong recommendation. Make sure Screencast-O-Matic is hearing you. In other words, that your microphone is connected properly. If so, you can tell very easily because of this activity here. If you don't see that, it tells you, you may have to select a microphone. I've got more than one on here, but it likes the one I'm using, so I can select others, but this one is fine. And it goes through a process of adjusting the volume and so on. Usually it's fine. Okay. Oh, stop. Check. Yeah, everything's fine. With the free version, you can't record the sound that comes through your computer speakers. You have to pay the $20 for that. But usually you don't care. Unless you're going to be playing a video while you're making the recording. Then you got to pay the $20. All right. As long as it's hearing you, you're fine. You just hit record. It'll count you down. And now we're recording. This is the Screencast-O-Matic website. If you want to sign up for a pro account that will allow you to record more than 15 minutes, you can go to pricing. Take the deluxe. I have no idea why you need Premier. Go deluxe. Click here where it says Go Deluxe. You can sign up for $1, 36 months at $1 a month, or you can pay for a year and you get a better deal. It's $20 for the year. You put in you fill in this form, you fill in your payment information, which I'm not going to do on a recording that's going to go public on YouTube, and then you subscribe. So that's how to sign up to get a pro account at Screencast-O-Matic. The cost is $20 a year if you sign up for a year at a time. All right, this whole time, Screencast-O-Matic has been recording this. Screencast-O-Matic's been recording that the whole time. And down here in the lower left, I have a little pause button. It's been sitting there waiting patiently for me to finish. I click that pause button. At this point, I could gather my thoughts and change my screen and get ready to continue this recording. So it's nice to be able to not have to do these recordings in one take or in one long take. You can stop, catch your breath, think about what you want to do next, and then just start the recording again. And it will continue recording right where you left off, and the people who watch it later will never be able to tell. But if you're done, there's a button for that. It says done. Stick a fork in you, click done. And what's next? Do you want to save it and upload it, or do you want to edit it? If you pay the $20, Screencast-O-Matic actually has a fairly rudimentary little video editor that you can do basic stuff with, like trim the ends of the clip and insert and stick and import. Well, I don't know what all the features of that are. I know it's fairly rudimentary, but it works.
Yeah, there's a ruler and it had cut, and I accidentally cut the wrong part, but I just cut off the last end and that seemed to work, and it kind of spread, but I think I got confused, and I was able to save something, but I just couldn't see where the audio was. Like it didn't show. I think I may have it saved on my computer because I have Camtasia and Snagit. So did I?
Yeah, good. Well, if you're going to do video editing, Camtasia is definitely the way to go.
Okay.
It's a full-featured editor, and it's actually easier to use than this one. But this one is interesting. But normally what you're going to do is save and upload because, quite frankly, doing a lot of editing on instructional videos is kind of, it's gilding the lily. It doesn't have to be perfect. No matter how hard you try, it won't ever be perfect. Even feature films aren't perfect. But I don't usually edit my instructional videos. I take them the way they are. You can't edit your lectures, right? When you're lecturing in a classroom. It's not like your students think you're perfect or anything like that. They figured that out a long time ago. So I just go to save and upload. And it shows us a preview of our recording. We can play it to see if it recorded. And now we're recording. This is the screen. Sounds fine, looks fine, ready to go. Rather than messing with closed captions here, I would recommend just uploading to YouTube and let YouTube do the captions.
Okay.
It's much more efficient. Just click upload to YouTube. At this point, if you're not logged into your Google account, you'll be prompted to do so. It'll say, log into YouTube, and you enter your Google account credentials to the email address and the password, and then you get to this screen. And you really don't have to worry about any of this. You just say publish. And it automatically, takes all of that, the uploading the video to YouTube and naming it and stuff like that. It does all that for you automatically. All you have to do is wait for it to upload and for YouTube to process it.
I think that was the step I was missing. Just YouTube, upload. Log in if you have to, then upload.
Dave, what's the advantage of doing it this way?
Doing that 2.7, you mean, this way? You don't have to have a smartphone.
No, you using Screencast-O-Matic
versus
YouTube.
Other YouTube. YouTube is not a creation tool. It's a storage and serving tool. It makes your videos available, but you really can't create, unless you do a live session on YouTube, you can't really create content on YouTube. You just upload content that you've already created in some other tool. And Screencast-O-Matic is a very common tool. It's one of the best simple screencasting tools around. By screencasting, I mean recording your computer screen with voiceover like we just did, so that you show somebody what happened on your computer screen while you talk about it. That's screencasting, and that's what Screencast-O-Matic is designed to do. Though it will also allow you to record your webcam if you paid them the $20. And it works exactly the same way, except you record the camera instead of your screen. It does that for you. So it's done. It's sent it to YouTube. It's uploaded it to YouTube. You can open it and look at it, or you can just say, I'm done. Let's open it. That takes you to YouTube, and now we're recording. And there's your video on YouTube. So that might even be easier than your smartphone. And it's certainly more useful. Talking head videos are useful in creating rapport with your students and letting them see you and hear you and so on. but instructionally, a screencast is generally much more valuable, much richer. So in Screencast-O-Matic, just about as easy as it gets.
Sold.
And free, as long as you don't want to record for more than 15 minutes.
Okay. That was done public though. Would you have to go back in and make it private? Not private.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't make it private. You might make it unlisted.
Unlisted.
And I should have done that. You could change that before you uploaded it too.
Oh, okay.
You could change that in Screencast-O-Matic.
Thank you.
But you can always go to YouTube and change it as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
My pleasure. That was worthwhile. So that's the other thing that you could do to satisfy that discussion forum requirement of creating a video and putting it on YouTube and so on. That worked. That's probably even easier than the smartphone, to tell you the truth.
Especially if you don't have one.
Especially if you don't have one. Yeah, you don't want to have to go out and buy a smartphone just to do that thing.
And this is being recorded now. I can go back and watch. I took notes, but I can go back and watch what you just.
Absolutely. Not only that, but we have these. You don't have to listen. You don't have to look through this whole recording to do that. You can just go to our on-demand website at sdccdolvid.org and search for Screencast-O-Matic.
Okay.
And we've got some Screencast-O-Matic videos that just show that quickly without you having to search through everything. That's always worth a try. Here we go. Basic screencasting and Screencast-O-Matic is exactly what I just showed you. And instead of, what are we up to now? Good Lord, it's 5:19 p.m. We started at 2 o'clock. we're past 3 hours in. It's a lot easier to find it here than it is to look through that.
Okay.
There we go. This one is 7 minutes long. Recording of. So it's always worthwhile looking here before you have to dredge through one, because I've almost every question I've ever had on these sessions, anything I've had several times, I've tried to make a tutorial, and a shorter tutorial, and put it on here so you don't have to go through the entire session to find it. Next question. I got nothing else to do. I mean, at my age, I don't dare poke my head outside my door very often.
Hi, Dave. It's Donna.
Hey, Donna.
It's so good to see your extended contract here. Oh, my gosh.
Well, through the end of June, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I thought last time you were saying end of May, so I'm glad it's through the end of June.
They keep they keep extending it, but I think they're probably about done with that, but we'll see.
Well, so
how can I help?
That beautiful scene that you've got behind you.
Yeah.
So is that a green screen, or is that something that you're doing just through like? Because so many people try to do the, what is it called? I'm forgetting what it's called. The
It is a green screen.
The virtual backdrop.
Virtual background in Zoom.
Yeah.
You can do things like this very easily if you have a fairly featureless background behind you.
Right.
And if it's it can't have too many colors in it. It doesn't have to be green.
Right.
It can be any color as long as there's not too many colors.
Okay.
And as long as you're not wearing the same color. If you're wearing a blue shirt, you got a blue wall behind you, guess what's going to happen?
Right. Right.
That's how they make the Invisible Man. You're going to disappear.
Well, it's a beautiful, it's a beautiful scene.
the reason they use green is that most people would not be caught dead wearing that color unless it's St. Patrick's Day.
Right.
So on March 17th every year, you probably don't want to use a green screen. But other than that,
Right.
it's fine.
Right.
Yeah, this is what happens if you're wearing what he said. You have more feature, or if you're wearing green.
You
Okay, so
disappear.
the reason.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly what's happening to Kathy right now. Spooky, but and this is why people with green eyes, when they use green screen effects in the movies, have to wear colored contact lenses. Otherwise, they get that spooky no eye look. You can see right through their eyes. You know that. Unless you're making a horror movie, you don't want that. But anyway, to do this, it's another one of those things I can't show you in real time on Zoom, but I do have a tutorial for that. Just search for Zoom or virtual background. Better come up. Oh shoot. Need to check my keywords. Zoom will do. And
Whoa.
Okay, I've got to check that because that's not coming up for some reason.
It's right next to where you see that camera that says stop video. There's like a little upward button on the screen of those of us who are looking. That's where I just did it with the choose virtual background.
Yeah. Oh, you know what it is? I haven't uploaded that video to this site yet. Shoot. Very quickly, after I finish today, I will upload that. If you just search for Zoom, you'll see this is actually my original video. Oh no, I'm sorry, that was something else. Same technique, but a different piece of software. If you just search for Zoom, like 20 minutes after we finish here, there'll be a video up there that will show you how to do your virtual background.
Okay.
And it's not it's not complex at all.
Okay.
It's just I can't show it to you live.
Right.
Because
right. No,
Zoom doesn't send those screens. Okay, so I'll have that up there. It's on YouTube, but it's not on this site yet.
Okay. And one training that you did with me, you said you had, I don't know if it was software or an app you had downloaded, where as you were talking to us, it was doing the captions as you spoke.
No, that wasn't me, but you may have heard of that. It's called Otter. And Zoom has just announced that they're integrating with Otter.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that is a paid service.
Okay.
And I don't know if CCC Confer is going to add that to our accounts or not.
Okay. So how do you spell otter? Like the animal?
Like the critter.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now somebody else had been waiting to ask a question. I heard somebody start to ask one.
Dave,
yes.
There were some good questions in the chat which we never got to, and
okay.
There's only like 9 of us on, so I was wondering if you could address some of the ones. For example,
yes, give me an example if you would.
6.6 says you will learn the best practice in how to properly post your syllabus using the Canvas syllabus tool in your Canvas practice shell. Does it mean we will have to have a DE course syllabus of the course we are working on, or can we just post the syllabus for face-to-face class that we have ready?
Yes.
I haven't gotten that module yet, so I don't know if it is explained there.
Yes, what they're hoping you will do is post a syllabus for one of your courses that you routinely teach, and that you will modify it to fit the online environment by making some minor changes in the verbiage and so on, indicating that it is an online course and so on. But quite frankly, if you just upload a good syllabus, I doubt anybody's going to look that closely at it.
Right.
The other question I have, Dave, is there were a lot of questions in the chat that we didn't get to. When you stop recording, do you lose the answer to those questions that people, because I'm sure someone's going to come back, listen to the recording to see if the answer to their question was given. And so what happens there?
I will not lose those questions. They will be saved. And I will,
what about the answers?
The answers I will go back and look at here before I leave. But right now, with the number of people we had today, we had a surfeit of questions. And people who are asking questions verbally, I usually do those first. But I'll go back and I'll look at, before I leave, I'll go back and look at these and see if there's anything that didn't get answered. And I'll answer that and I'll make it part of the recording.
Will that also include, let's say, a visual screenshot walking you through it as you've done in the live session?
Right.
If appropriate, yes. If needed, absolutely.
Okay.
I'll keep my screen shared, because when you share your screen in Zoom, Zoom records the screen share. It doesn't matter if there's anybody else in this meeting or not. It still records the screen share. So yes, if it's needed, absolutely. If it's just a simple yes/no question or something like that, maybe not. But I will go through that and I'll make sure that nothing that was put into the chat tool gets missed. But on the other hand, I don't want to do that while I've got people asking questions verbally.
On demand.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And many of these we have already answered so far. But does anybody else have one they'd like to ask before they move? Here's a good one. Is there going to be another one of these orientations later on? Very likely. We've already had requests for it, so I'm certainly open to that. And as long as it's okay with the folks at Online Learning Pathways, we will schedule one. The next time we have a slot, right now we've got these scheduled out through about May the 7th, but I think we've got some holes into which we can slot that because there was a huge interest here. So almost certainly we will do this again.
I have a question.
Good.
And you showed it, but I missed it. And you just
I'll do it again.
Thank you. The chat box, because I'm always trying to, I don't know how to save the chat box.
Okay. Actually, I didn't show you that because Zoom won't show the chat box, but I'll describe it for you.
Do I need to write this down?
I think if you just look at the chat box, you'll be able to figure it out. The chat window.
Yeah.
You're on a computer, looks like.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's good. Because I'm not sure you can do that. I don't think you can do this on a mobile device, but you can do it on a computer.
Okay.
If you look at the chat tool, the lower right corner, there's 3 little dots in a row.
Chat tool.
The chat window. Yeah. So just bring that up by clicking on the chat, the link to the chat tool in the Zoom menu if you need to.
Okay.
Okay, do you see the chat?
It's where you type your message. It's to the right of where you type your message at the bottom.
Indeed.
And I gotta go. Let me. Okay.
Okay, you see the 3 little dots?
Yes.
Okay, click on the 3 little dots.
Save chat.
Bingo.
There you go. That's cool. That's very cool.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's very useful.
And where does it go?
Good question. It goes to your default document folder.
Okay.
I can show you on a PC.
Okay.
Goes to your default document folder. Should be rough. Same thing on the Mac. And there's a folder there Be the last one probably, called Zoom. And that's where it puts it. There'll be a subfolder under that folder. I have a bunch of them called, it'll be dated 2020, 04, 28, and some time.
All right.
You open that, and there's it'll be meeting saved chat.
Right. It's really
Here's
nice.
your chat.
Thank you.
And there is the chat log. This is a busy one today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So Dave, I
Anything
have one more question. Is that okay?
Absolutely. I'm here till you run out.
And you're 3 hours later, right?
No, I am actually on the same time you are.
Oh my gosh, well that's good. So you talked about, I think it's capital IPEVO visualizer.
Right. Yeah, that works with the IPEVO.com document cameras. Here they are. This is the one you want if you're going to get one. Does everything you need to do. You don't have to pay. This one's $99. You pay $99 from just about anybody. You don't need to spend a couple $100 on this. This entry model, is usually available on Amazon. Best Buy has them often enough, or you can just search Google for them and find somebody who has them. As you can imagine, they've been very popular items over the last month or two. But this model works with some software that I was using, this software, the visualizer software that we were using earlier. They used to ship the software with the camera on a CD, but apparently they've gotten cheap. So now you have to go and download the software.
Okay.
You go on the IPEVO website, you go to software, and here's the visualizer software. It's free. Anybody can download it because you can't use it unless you have one of their cameras. So you download that and install it on your PC or your Mac. There's a version for both. And then when you're in your Zoom meeting and you want to share your image that your document camera is seeing. Oh, I forgot. I was using that as my primary webcam all this time. Let me cancel that out. Okay, now the visualizer software should work with the camera. There it goes. Need to focus, obviously. There's a focus button on the camera.
So is it kind of like the old projectors?
It's like an overhead projector. Well, like an opaque projector. Exactly. I'm zoomed in here. Let me zoom out. And whatever that camera sees, you can share with your students.
Yeah, that's great. Okay.
Including writing out whiteboard kind of stuff. They can see it a lot better this way than they can in the classroom.
Right.
Especially the ones who like to sit in the back.
Wow. Okay, that's great. So of everything you presented today, and we're in for 2.7, if we have the option of Zoom recordings, YouTube recordings, and screencasting to have captions with it, would you say screencasting is the best option?
Well, no, the captions are a function of where you
send it,
upload the video to.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you use Zoom, you can put it either on YouTube or on the Zoom cloud.
Right.
And either one of those will give captions, and you can edit the captions.
And the captions with Zoom compared to the captions with YouTube? Because I've
About
heard.
the same.
Okay.
About the same.
Okay.
Both good.
Okay. And then the reason you would use screencasting is?
Well, the Screencast-O-Matic gives you another way to create the video. It's really a two-part process. You create the video,
right,
and then you upload it to somewhere where it'll get automatically captioned.
Right. Okay.
Where
So
you can share it.
So I
And
can
that
make
would be in your
edits.
YouTube to the Zoom cloud.
Right.
But Screencast-O-Matic will upload to YouTube, but it won't upload to the Zoom cloud.
Okay.
The reason you might use Screencast-O-Matic is you don't have a smartphone, or you don't want to mess with your smartphone.
Okay. Okay.
And as you saw, Screencast-O-Matic is probably at least as simple as doing it on a smartphone.
Right.
So Screencast-O-Matic to YouTube is one good possibility.
Camera.
Your
voice, instead of me doing it like I did.
Less movement.
Yeah. Plus.
Sorry, just muted that. Your smartphone to YouTube works like a charm. Or you can just do a short Zoom session and load that to the Zoom cloud. The directions for the 2.7 discussion forum specify using YouTube. And I can't change that unilaterally, but I can tell you that if I were grading it, which I sometimes am, and you put something on the Zoom cloud, and it was captioned and you'd edit the captions, I'd be fine with that. Because it works like a charm. And you could use it in your online course just as easily as you could put something on YouTube. So it's just a matter of personal preference in that point. Okay. I think I muted everybody. If you want to ask another question, you'll have to unmute yourself. In the meantime, I'm going to go look at the, okay. Yes, go ahead.
So the recording that you, or the training you did yesterday on Zoom security, is that on the website? The recording of that's on the website?
Absolutely.
Yes, David, you're the best, Dave. So thank you.
As a matter of fact, there's some specific videos on Zoom security that don't require you to sit through 2 hours of introduction to Zoom.
Right.
So there's things on Zoom security that will that you can look at by themselves. Okay, I had a question here. Anybody else have a question before I go back to the chat tool? Somebody had a question about the rubric creation in the certification course, activity 4.3. That's a tutorial I need to make. I don't have that right now, but Canvas certainly does. In answer to that person, I don't know if you're still on the call or not. I doubt it. There's only 7 of us left. But in answer to that, you can go to the Help button on the Canvas system menu and search the Canvas guides. You'll want instructor guides. And that, I didn't mean to do that, pardon me. Actually, they've taken, I don't see the search box here anymore. Shoot. Okay. We can go to rubrics. There's a topic heading for rubrics here. Just click on that. And how do I add a rubric in a course? How do I add a rubric to an assignment, which is what you're asked to do in activity 4.3 in the certification course? You just click on that, and here's a step-by-step set of instructions for creating a rubric with examples and everything. So that should answer that question. There is some direction to write a paragraph by entering it into the text box, but no place to click on the text box. That may be, it sounds like in an assignment submission. Let's go back to the training course here. Pull that up, the current one. There it is. That kind of orangey tile stands out. If I go to the modules, let me find an assignment here, like the Module 1 assignment. It's probably the first one that somebody would have trouble with. Homework assignment, I go into that. Oh, I need to be a student. I'm an instructor. Let me go to student view, because that one will be visible to my student under modules. There we go. There's my Module 1 assignment. I click on that. And here's all the training. This is where the directions are and so on. Then you're asked to type something into a text box, but there's no text box here. Yeah, there's no text box on this page. In order to get that text box, you have to click on Submit Assignment up here in the upper right. Now you've got a text box and you can type. So that should answer that question. Answered that one. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. In section 4.0 to the Canvas training, I need to do an outline. Do I need to include content into it or just the points? Just the points at this point. In the next module, you'll be asked to flesh that out into an actual module in your practice course. But for section 4.8, all you do is create the topic headings for the outline. That confused me the first time I saw that one. We're not getting much feedback. I know. When can you expect it? I can only apologize for us. This course was designed with the idea that the vast majority of faculty who were going to teach online had already been certified. And we just needed to take the 20 or 30 so people who came in new each semester and who wanted to teach online and put them into the course and deal and grade the course for them. Suddenly, our student load has gone from about 300 to about 700 in 2 weeks. So there are going to be delays in the grading. I'm sorry. And everybody who has access to the course is grading as fast as they can. And we regret, because the feedback's a very important part of the learning process of the course, and we understand that we designed it that way. But right now there's a limited pool of people to do the grading. The new dean, Brian Weston, is doing his best to expand that pool as quickly as he can. He's talking to with us going fully online for the summer. We need more people grading in this course. We know that, and he is doing everything he can to ramp that up. But it's just like producing test swabs for COVID. There's a time lag before in ramping up people who are able to do this, because we have to have somebody who's well versed in online teaching to be able to grade in this course. So it's not just everybody that we could put in here. So we're doing our best to speed that up as quickly as we can. Where Brian is. On module 6.5, it asks us to choose a home page. I do as directed and choose home page. It says you selected, choose Chris Rogers homepage from the Canvas Commons, which is good. You successfully started the import. It may take a little while to see that. How long will this take? Typically only a minute or two. So if you don't see that pretty quickly, chances are good that something's wrong. you can just make your own homepage. And I've showed how to do that a lot on my Canvas introduction ones. And that, let me see what I have here. Setting a course homepage in Canvas. This tutorial from April 11th will show you how to do that. So hopefully that will answer that question. You don't have to use Chris's homepage. You can make your own. And making a page in Canvas, this will show you how to make a page. You can also find this in most Canvas overviews. And I've done a ton of those going back several years. I would pick one of the older ones because I know I used to do it there. I don't think in the last couple I've shown how to do that because it's not, when in this crisis period, it's not something that you have to do in order to get a working Canvas course up and running. But it is in the training course. So I'd go to one of the ones probably back in March. And I'd go through that and look for it. Or I'd just go to that tutorial I just showed you. All right. Can we still complete the course? You bet you're ever loving. You've got till June 30th to complete it. There's a question I've already answered. I enrolled through Flex, but I don't have the shell. Okay, if you've enrolled through Flex, but you don't yet have the shell, you're awaiting enrollment into the actual training course, and they are a day or two behind on that, but you should have that short. We did go through the curriculum, I believe. Okay. I'm having problems putting my YouTube video into Canvas, but I've told it did not have to be done. That's correct. To satisfy this requirement on the training course, you do not have to load the video into Canvas. You do have to put the link to the video into the discussion forum, the 2.7 discussion forum, and I did show you how to do that today. But you don't have to load the video itself into Canvas. You just have to put a link to it in that discussion forum. Did I go? Oh, that's sweet. Can you send us the video link to this training? That will be under workshop archives at sdccdovid.org, and I'll have that up there sometime this evening. Does it matter if you use ConferZoom versus Zoom.us? ConferZoom and Zoom.us are the same thing. ConferZoom is just a Zoom Pro account that's been paid for by the State Chancellor's Office instead of one that you paid for yourself. But they both can be managed through the website Zoom.us, which is here, Zoom.us. If you're not logged in, as I am already here, obviously, I wouldn't have been able to start this meeting, you can sign in to Zoom.us using the credentials for your ConferZoom account, your district email address and whatever password was set. You sign in, then you can manage your ConferZoom accounts right from here. They're all just Zoom accounts. ConferZoom accounts are just part of a group of accounts that are paid for by the State Chancellor's Office. The folks at CCC Confer have administrative responsibilities for those accounts, but you can manage your own account through Zoom.us anytime. Okay. I'm trying to add closed captions to a YouTube video. I can upload the video to my YouTube, but I can't get the subtitles to show on the video screen. Whew. And I have that person's email, so I'm gonna have to email her. I don't think Susan is still here. Very rarely, Zoom will fail to create subtitles. Or excuse me, YouTube will fail to create subtitles. Usually, it's usually a situation either where there's no speech in the video, which is obvious, or the audio quality was not good enough for YouTube to be able to reliably create the captions, so it doesn't create captions at all. About the only thing you can do about that is improve the audio quality. I'd have to look at the video in question, so I'm going to have to make myself a note to email Susan and about captions. Okay, I've made that note. Answered that question. How do I do an embedded video with the reader in YouTube? I'm not sure what you mean by reader in YouTube. I did show how to embed a video into Canvas from YouTube, which then also has the captions, of course, because it's actually playing from YouTube. It's not playing from Canvas. Reader might mean the transcript. I'll show you that anyway, just in case that was it. YouTube does not only create captions, it also creates a transcript of the video, of the soundtrack of the video. That's true of the Zoom Cloud as well. But in YouTube, let me get back on the YouTube here, because it's worth showing you anyway. If I go to a video on YouTube that has captions,
hi everybody.
This one does now. We got auto-generated captions. I haven't edited them, but that, by the way, is how we know whether you've edited the captions or not. I said I wouldn't tell, but if it says English auto-generated, we know you haven't edited them. If you've edited them, it just says English. So there's the secret to that one. Now, you can pull up a transcript for this video on YouTube by going to just to the right of the share and the save buttons. There's another one of those little menu links on every YouTube video page. If you click that, there's an option to open the transcript. And since this is that should work. And there it is. So you get not only captions, you also get a transcript, and it's kind of cool.
Glad to have you in our Orientation to the Online Faculty's Certification Program course today.
As you play your way through the video, the highlight on the transcript moves, which is kind of cool. That is not ideal for people who are hearing impaired, though, because they have to be looking over here instead of looking over here. Now, in this case, that's a blessing. But if there were something actually useful and not horrifying in that video, it would be distracting to have to try to watch over here for the transcript and watch the video at the same time. That's why the captions are required. But you get both automatically. The nice thing about the transcript is you could download it, he said. Oh, well, the easiest way to do it is just to copy paste. Copy that to the clipboard, and you can paste that into, say, Word. Why would you want to do that? Probably in the case of a video where the narration is the real value of it. This has no instructional value. my talking head has no instructional value. The value, if any, is over here in the transcript. So I could take that and post, I could put it in a Word document and post that on Canvas. And that would be, in this case, that would be just as instructionally useful as posting this video and a whole lot more attractive. God, this video is history. I guarantee you it is gone when I finish this session today. So maybe that was the answer to that question. If you get an assignment, an assessment online, can you print them out? Canvas is not designed to allow you to do that, but it's almost impossible to avoid letting people do that. So a nasty little secret is not a secret, but let's say you've got a test in Canvas. Let me find a quiz here. Let me get out of student view. If I do that, I can go straight to the quizzes. We deliberately don't allow that in the course, but I can go to a quiz here. And I can pick a quiz. I can preview it. The same would be true if the students were taking it. There's the quiz. In Windows, I can do Control-P. And there's your quiz. And now I can just print it. So, yep. Once that quiz goes online, folks, it's out. It's a little harder to do if you have the questions appear one at a time in the quiz, which is an option in Canvas. Then they got to print every question individually, and it's probably not going to be worth it to them. But they could do that because it only takes a second. Then they can answer the question. So if you got, especially if you got somebody who's willing to take one for the team and be the designated printer, and they swap around or something. If that quiz has appeared online, it's out. It's like the situation I used to have when as a young faculty member back in the 20th century. My first teaching job was as a residential women's college that had sororities, and the sororities kept test files on every instructor on campus. So your test, when you handed your test back, they went right to the copy machine in the library and then into the files for the sorority. So I got used to that idea early on, but once you give a test online, it's out. You got to come up with new questions next time.
So Dave, there's no way to prevent.
Nope. Not that I know of. Because if they couldn't print it, they could still take a screenshot of it. They might have to take multiple screenshots, but that doesn't take any time at all. That's quicker than printing it. And they can just save the screenshots, save, and then knit them back together later. If it appears on a computer screen, it can be copied.
But Dave, that's only accessible to the students that are enrolled in your course.
That is correct. That is correct. But that's all it takes.
But that doesn't prevent them from printing it and publishing it elsewhere.
Correct. And there's no way I know around that. Well, there are things like the lockdown, Respondus lockdown browser and things like that, but they tend to cause a lot more trouble than they cause more problems than they solve, in my experience. So effectively, no.
Can a professor use an alternative method to do the quiz so it's more secure?
Anything that can be done fully online is going to require the test questions to be displayed on a computer screen somewhere. So not really. The best you can do probably is to, when you create a quiz in Canvas, you can specify that the questions are displayed one at a time. That makes the process of capturing them extremely tedious. So you've reduced the possibility of somebody actually doing that by 90% right there. You can also set it up so that your tests are created by randomly pulling questions from a question bank in Canvas, so that everybody gets the same number of questions on the same topics, but no two people get the same selection of questions. All of them anyway, they're the same. So that makes it a lot harder. They'd have to really have a team going. So that probably knocks out another 90% of the possibility that somebody's going to get this and put it online somewhere.
Is that kind of process available in the recordings that are available on the website?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And let me show you where they are. I don't want to just tell you that. Well, the one I would recommend would be the question groups tutorial, because that's the name of the feature. Question group. It's not how you spell groups, sorry. I really did pass the second grade. Using question groups in Canvas. Actually, I seem to have 2 of those on there. I forgot I did it once before. I'd take the more current one there. That will show you how to pull questions from question banks randomly. If you just want to know how to set to display one question at a time, it's obvious on the detail screen for the tests or quizzes, but you can just do Canvas test. Testing in Canvas, a brief introduction. We'll show that option where it is on the page. So between those 2, that will give you everything you need. And this one's like 6 or 7 minutes long, and the other one's even shorter. So in 10, 12 minutes, you have everything you need on there. The key to this, using this site, is just to search for what you're looking for. And the fewer words you use, the more likely you are to find it, though you may have to look through more videos. So just type Canvas, and then all of our Canvas tutorials come up. And then you work through them. We've got 7 pages of Canvas tutorials at this point, but you'll find it.
Dave, again, the recording for all of this today is going to be on the Zoom website?
Right. No, it'll be on this website, Open On Demand at SDCCD at sdccdolvid.org. It will be under Workshop Archives.
Okay. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Go fishing. Good night.
Enjoy. You take care. Thank you. I've gotten through 3.3 without being aware I was supposed to be putting something in the development shell. What do I do now? Just keep working. I think that you start using the development shell in module 4, I think. So not to worry. How do we enroll in the online faculty training? We did mention that. I don't see the shell in Canvas, just my real course shells. That means you haven't been enrolled in the certification course yet. That will, if you have registered for it on Flex, or if you've sent in the link, the form, that will happen. And you'll know it's happened when you see that in your dashboard. And we've looked at it here.
Question?
Good.
I don't want to put my picture on there, but I know it's asking us, how do we upload a picture?
To Canvas?
Yes, sir.
Well, you saw what I put up there, didn't you?
Yes, I have. I've been here. Yes.
Okay, I'll probably change that back later, but let's go to Canvas. Oh, there it is. I was about to take it away. Sorry. It's under your account.
Okay.
You go to click on the account button in the system menu. It's always visible when you're logged into Canvas. And then click profile. Profile. Mouse over the circle. If there's nothing in it yet, just mouse over the circle and you get the pencil icon popping up. Click on the pencil. That's an edit. That's a universal edit symbol in websites. So you click on the pencil. Now if you have a webcam active, you could actually take a picture right now from the webcam. But probably you're going to upload a picture. So you just click that to make sure it's selected and then click choose a picture. So now you're going to pick a picture that you've uploaded to your computer. Maybe you took it with your smartphone and emailed it to yourself, or you got somebody else to do it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll find a picture somewhere you can use. Hopefully. Click open.
Mm-hmm.
Frame the picture properly and click save. I may leave that one up there for a little while.
I like your other one better, but okay.
I don't know, I kind of like that. I might get fewer emails that way. Okay, no, I'll change that. I'm gonna leave it there for a minute.
That easy.
It's that easy, yeah. That's pretty standard for most sites that have profile pictures. It's something like that. Upload assignments. Yeah, we answered that. Captioning with YouTube, and I already had Susan down to. That is. I thought YouTube would do captions for us. Oh yeah, it will. I like to know how to upload tests and other stuff. Usually you create tests on Canvas by going to the quizzes tool. Let's go into a course here. I'll get it out in a minute. It's been a long day, sorry. And you go to the quizzes tool and you create a quiz by clicking on the add quiz button. This is one way to create a quiz anyway. And you choose your details, your test options. Like, here's that option to show one question at a time. Anybody still has that question, you just click that. And if you pick that option, you have the option to lock them after answering so they can't go back to them. That's up to you. That makes it even more secure. It also produces one ticked off student at a time, so it's up to you. Then you go to questions and you add new questions, or you pull questions from question banks, or you make new question groups and have Canvas pull them from the question banks. And I do have a tutorial on that. But uploading tests, if you have tests in another Canvas shell somewhere, or maybe you have a kind colleague who has some, who will provide you with some Canvas quizzes in an export file, you can import them, upload them to Canvas using the going to settings and using the import course content tool that we've looked at a couple of times already. But I wonder if this person is asking a question that I often do get asked, which is, I have some tests on Word that I've typed up and I've been printing off and sending to Repro for years. and handing them out in class and taking them up and so on. Is there any way I can get those into Canvas without having to retype them or copy paste one bit of a question at a time over into Canvas? And the answer is yes, there's a way you can do that. It's not, it's a 9-step process that involves, you ever play Mousetrap with your kids? You know, where you build this elaborate mousetrap that eventually drops a little cage on the little plastic mouse, and balls are rolling around and things are falling on other things and so on. That's called a Rube Goldberg apparatus, after a cartoonist from the 50s and 60s who used to create these machines in his mind and put them in cartoons in the Saturday Evening Post. Anyway, I've got a Rube Goldberg apparatus that will do that. It's not hard to do, but there are a lot of moving parts in it, just like the mousetrap. That is on our video site. If you just type word test, importing a test typed in Microsoft Word or another word processor into Canvas in 9 steps. So yes, you can do that. It's not hard, and it works. The process looks a little intimidating at first, I will admit that. And I'll be happy to help with that if you have questions. But that is something you can do. And it might say, if you have like a big book full of test questions, or I'm sorry, not a book, but a bunch of Word files with test questions in them already, especially if they're simple questions like multiple choice, multiple answer, matching, true, false, fill in the blank, and essay questions, which covers 90% of the questions on any test usually. You can import those into Canvas without having to retype them. And the first time you do it, it'll take you half an hour. Second time you do it, it'll probably take you 10 minutes. The third time it'll take you 5 minutes, and then you're golden from there. Yeah. Okay, Susan, I know I need to email. I ordered a book, but it's not been delivered yet. Sorry. We empathize. How do you sign up for this program? We covered that. Somebody put a YouTube caption editing tutorial in the yeah, Trenton put that into the chat tool. That's good. Also, I just showed you, and it's in the recording. Are we able to include the provided Netiquette document in the courses that we teach as guidelines for our current and future students? Sure, no problem. You can just copy paste it out, or you can probably download the file. Yeah, you should be able to download that file. If not, you can just copy paste it into a Word document and use it. That's fine. It's not it's not use restricted, public domain. Okay, we've done that, done that. How do you publish a module when you're finished? Or do you have to? Yeah, if you want your students to ever see it, you do have to. And that is one of the requirements in the certification course, to publish a Canvas module. You just click the little publish unpublish button in the at the top of the module. That'll unpublish it. If you unpublish the module, even if some of the stuff in the module is published, students won't see it. The module itself has to be published as well. And doing that automatically publishes everything inside it. So if it's something you don't want published in the module, you have to unpublish it manually. Hopefully that answered that question. Did that. Can you use Confer Zoom to embed a link into a module? Let me parse that one. You can put a link in a module to a video that is stored on Confer Zoom, the Zoom Cloud. Zoom Cloud. You do that by going to your Zoom Cloud. You can go to zoom.us, go to recordings. And here are the recordings that you send to the Zoom Cloud show up here. And there is a share button associated with each of those recordings. And here's the URL that you're given for it. You can copy that to your clipboard. Then you can go to Canvas. You can go to your module. You can add an external URL, a web link. You can paste that share URL for the video into the URL box and then give it a name like Zoom video from cloud, Zoom Cloud. It is critical if you're doing this to load this in a new tab and then add the item. There it is. Now, if your students, and publish it, of course, then if your student comes along and clicks on that link, they have to OK a new window, which is fine. And there's that video, and you can play it. Screen cap. That's a little better than the one I did today. Oh, that video on the smartphone is so going. Okay, hopefully that answered that question. Is there a Confer Zoom workshop available to help family get set up using it? By that, I think you mean the Confer Zoom app. I did not do a workshop just on that, but I did one yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was a long time ago. It's in the workshop archives, I believe. No, it's not. Why is that not showing up there? Let me see. I think I have screwed up on something here. Yeah, there it is. That's the one I did yesterday. That should be showing up in the workshop archives. I don't know why it's not. I'll fix that tonight. But in this introduction to Zoom from yesterday, from the 27th of April, I did cover the use of the Confer Zoom app. It's kind of embedded, or it's interspersed with a lot of other stuff, but it's in there. I do not have a tutorial specifically on using the Confer Zoom app because all in all, I haven't been that impressed with it, but I probably need to do that. So I will do that at some point. Could I use Zoom? Yes, any faculty or staff member at a California community college can get a free Zoom Pro account. They can get it at conferzoom.org. And they just have to click the sign up button and fill out this form, providing the district email address, the EDU email address, otherwise they won't honor the request. But everything else is straightforward. You fill that in, click sign up. Within a few hours to a few days, depending on how busy they are, and they've been very busy lately, you'll get an email with your account information and how to get into it and use it. So yes, anybody at the California community colleges can use Zoom. And that's
Dave,
for instructional and for administrative purposes. Yes.
Oh, I teach at City College, San Diego City College, and at Southwestern College. So should I do that twice?
You can, but you could also, you could use the same account for both schools. There's no problem,
Okay.
because it's not like the schools are paying for it. It's coming out of the state chancellor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But there's a caveat. There's a but to that. If you're going to use the Confer Zoom app in Canvas,
yeah,
you want to sign up for an account at each institution.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'll do it twice.
Otherwise, it won't sync up with.
Yeah.
It would work at one school, but not at the other.
Oh, I understand. Oh, yeah.
And they don't seem to mind people asking for multiple accounts. So could you write down the name of the screencasting site? That was screencastomatic.com. Yeah, I spelled it right. There it is right there. Let me make that bigger. Oh, that's right. That won't make it bigger, will it? No. You can't expand that line. And back. Screencastomatic.com. And I believe I put that in the chat tool as well some time ago. If I don't correct the YouTube closed captions, will I not pass that section? That's correct. You have to correct the captions, and we will know if you did or not. Even if the captions appear perfect, there's something in there you can edit, and we'll know if you did or not. And I showed you how. Grammarly is a grammar correction program. It's a little beyond the scope of this one, but I'll note that and get back to Carol on that. On section 4.8 of the Canvas training, I need to do an outline. Do I need to include content into it or just the points? Just the points. You'll be asked in module 5 to add content to the to create a module based upon that outline. Do you have to ask YouTube to caption the video? No. If it can caption it, and 98% of the time it can, it will do so. You don't have to ask. If you record to the Zoom cloud, the answer is the same. The Zoom cloud will caption the video if it possibly can. And I have yet to see the Zoom cloud fail to do that. What is the name of the gadget? I don't know. Oh, the gadget is the IPEVO document camera. The one I was using to show you my smartphone is at IPEVO.com. It is a wonderful gadget. Under products, it is this gadget that you want. And it is, I couldn't do these sessions without it. Pivo on Amazon. Cool. Esmond, thanks, if you're still here, for putting that on there. how do I go back and edit the YouTube video I've already recorded? By that I mean, I think you mean, how do you edit the captions? Good question. I think I showed that, but let me make sure. You go to the details page for the video, which will be on your, oh, that video is so going. You go to the video details page on YouTube by clicking on the thumbnail of the video in your video list and select subtitles. Set your default language again and again and again. Confirm it. And then go to the English automatic line under your video subtitles page and click the menu, options menu at the right hand end, and click edit on Classic Studio. And then click the edit button on the caption edit page. And you are ready to edit your captions over here. You just play the video, play and pause, and edit the captions over here in the caption boxes. That was quick. Doesn't take long to get to that. And you can do that as many times as you like. If you find an error, you can always go back and fix it. Do I have to make the video public so that it can be graded in Canvas? No. You have to make it public or unlisted. What you may not do is make it private. Otherwise, we can't see it either. And you'll get a nice message from us asking you to make it public or unlisted. I started to do grading in the course this morning, and the first thing I saw was a video that was marked private. And that one we're not going to be able to grade until it's changed. And we can't change that. Only the owner of the YouTube account can change that.
Hi.
Yes.
Oh, hi. I'm one of those picky English teachers. In the captions, do you have punctuation and capitalization?
Ideally, yes. Oh. Ideally, yes. It should have punctuation. Because let's face it, the punctuation's there for a reason, right? Yeah. I have a copy of Eats, Shoots, and Leaves. I love it. It's one of my favorite books. Okay, but it matters. But it's not. If the video is like 10 or 20 minutes long, yeah. If the video is an hour or 2 hours long, it's unrealistic.
Okay.
And of course, exactly where that dividing line is
okay.
is up to you.
Yeah.
But my thought is, if a hearing impaired student can see the words and can tell, what I do if I have a doubt about a video is I turn the sound down and I play the video with the captions on.
Well, that's a good idea.
If it makes sense, then I'm not too worried about it.
Oh, that's a good way to test. Thank you.
You bet. I love these sessions going back and forth like that. That's a great thing to have in the recording. Though, of course, I've just outed myself as everything sounds Greek to me now. Is this video already including the closed captions? The one I'm recording right now, of course, is not up there yet. It will be tonight. Is everything automatically captioned? Yes, 98% of the time, in both YouTube and the Zoom cloud. So we do not need to caption the video, just post it to YouTube, correct, but you have to edit the captions. And we need to see that you've done that. That's just a requirement for that question or for that activity. Whether you do that with your own videos is, we just had that discussion. Is it possible to use the iPhone as a document camera to teach on Zoom, and how do we do it? Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite topics. Yes, the answer to that is yes. you can use your smartphone as a document camera. It requires a little bit of do-it-yourself. Let me find my, because we do have a tutorial for that. There it is. As a matter of fact, it's a featured tutorial on the website. If you go to the on-demand website, to the opening page, it's the first tutorial that pops up in the little spinner here. You click on that. Broadcasting using an improvised smartphone document camera. This was our solution for that. Come on. YouTube's ticked at me. I said, you've been using this too long. Come on. Sorry.
It's especially.
Here we go. Let me see if I can blow that up a little bit. The trick is just suspending your smartphone in the air above the sheet of paper or whatever you want to show in a way that it's securely held with the screen up so you can control it. You can turn the recording on and off, or the camera on and off. What I did was just take a computer, put a box on. In order to get the right height, I put a box on there. I strapped the smartphone to a ruler with a rubber band, and then put a pencil sharpener on top of that as a weight to hold it in place. I've seen lots of more ingenious variations on this. You just need, you can even buy specialized holders, like little tripod, not tripods, but little iPhone holders that will, or smartphone holders that will hold the phone up in the air. It just has to be up in the air at a comfortable distance or from the paper so that you can see the entire sheet of paper on the screen at one time. And that's it. You then just join the smartphone to your Zoom meeting, or you join your Zoom meeting through your smartphone, and use the microphone in the smartphone to talk to people, and use the camera in the smartphone to show them what you're doing underneath it. And it works like a charm. Actually, the lenses in the cameras in the smartphones are actually better than the cameras in the little document cameras. It's just less convenient, but it works like a shot. The you can also use a document or a smartphone as a webcam in Zoom. A couple of different ways. You can just put your smartphone into the meeting and use the camera and use your computer to share your screens and so on. Or there are apps, if your computer and your smartphone are both on the same Wi-Fi network, you can actually use the smartphone like a webcam and your computer will see it as a webcam. And we have tutorials for that. If you are interested, contact me and I'll show you the tutorials. Okay. Is it possible to edit captions on videos created by others? That's a really astute question. Kimberly Wing asked that question. That's a very astute question. And the answer is yes, but not easily. You cannot go in and use the usual YouTube caption editing interface unless you own the video, unless you upload it. There is a tool called Amara. That I'm not going to go through in great detail. Oh, that's not the Amara I want. I'm sorry. just search for Amara. That's it, amara.org, not com. This tool will allow you to caption someone else's YouTube video. It is pretty difficult and rather tedious to use. I do have some tutorials for it somewhere, though it's been some years, so I probably have to remake that. It's difficult, but it can be done. You would have to have a really good reason to want to do it. And sorry about that, but it is possible. I don't know if I still have a tutorial for that on the on-demand site. Let me search. Son of a gun, there it still is, captioning YouTube videos in Amara. The interface has probably changed somewhat, but that you probably get the basics from that. And this allows you to caption YouTube videos you don't own. But the captions on YouTube videos have gotten so good. Everybody's YouTube videos are pretty well captioned now. So the chances of you needing to do that are remote at this point in time. I am interested because I have videos that need captioning in my face-to-face classes. Ugh. I need to check with her. All right, just made myself a note of that. That's why I asked you to put your email addresses in here. Can we record a PowerPoint program and have it captioned for the coursework instead of a lecture? Absolutely. Absolutely. That would be a wonderful thing to do to satisfy the requirement in the training course, or just in general. You sure can do that. You can record PowerPoint. I showed that in Zoom. You can record PowerPoint lectures in Zoom. You can record them with Screencast-O-Matic. And if you upload either one of them to either YouTube or the Zoom cloud, they'll be captioned. And you'll have a captioned PowerPoint lecture that you can share with your students in Canvas. And that's a wonderful application of these yay many technologies we've talked about. And that sort of submission in the training course would surely garner full credit. It's a great idea. I probably do need to put a specific tutorial about that on there. It's covered in a number of the tutorials we've done, but I probably need one that's specifically pointed at that. Is it a requirement that the captions have punctuation? Not a requirement. But if you're going to go ahead and do the caption editing anyway, if you got to do it anyway, you might as well put the punctuation in, because punctuation's there for a reason, as we were discussing earlier. Okay, and someone answered that for me. Wonderful. That's the great thing about the chat tool. Sometimes other people will answer before I get to it. Do you recognize, here's a very fraught question. Do you recommend not recording an hour-and-a-half lectures since it would take so long to edit the captions? What do you suggest instead? Those hour-and-a-half lectures are valuable to your students. And they will be captioned if you put it on YouTube or on the Zoom cloud. Are you going to edit those captions? No way. I've edited the captions for hour-long videos before. That's not something you do every day. It took me all day one day. I had a strong reason to do it, but it took an entire day to put captions in manually to edit captions for a 2-hour-long video. But the captions, the automatic captions produced by YouTube and the Zoom Cloud are generally adequate. So I would never say don't record those sessions. Do record them, and you may have to rely on the unedited captions. And that's my suggestion. Okay. How do I upload the video to Canvas? We went through that. How do you use a computer to take a video? Well, we've shown that. Okay. We're getting down there. I'm at 3:41 p.m. now. I get to 4 o'clock, I'm presumably done. Okay. How do you take a video on the computer for Canvas Module 2.7? We've covered that. Screencast-O-Matic was the answer. Okay.
Is it?
Yes, please.
Oh, what time is it? I thought it's 6:44.
It's 6. Oh no, I'm at the 3:45.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm
in
sorry.
Chat tool. That's okay. No,
Oh, sorry.
thought you'd blacked out and lost a couple hours.
Oh, yeah.
We're both too old for that sort of stuff. Though I hear COVID can cause that. Yike. Oh my. Oh, Trenton handled a lot of this. He was here right up to 4 o'clock. More questions on creating a rubric. I did put that in the recording a little while ago. I need to break down and do. I've covered creating rubrics in a number of my assessment in Canvas tutorials, which are on the workshop archives. Assessment, the most recent one was April 8th. There are others in here. So I have covered that, but I do need a separate tutorial on that. These go back, they just keep going back and back and back. There's more of them in March and April than the whole time before that. There's another assessments in Canvas one. So you could find that in there, but I do need to do a rubrics tutorial. That looks like an action item for me. Okay. That's definitely one that Why do some participants have stable virtual backgrounds in Zoom, while some have growing hairs on their head when they move? The virtual background in Zoom works a lot better if you have a green screen behind you. Let me put my virtual background back. I'll pick one. That's a shot out my back window. That's why I'm in Idaho. You'll notice there's a little bit of shimmering in my case because my hair is fine. It has trouble with all the little fine lines, but it's pretty good. But that's because I have a reasonably well-lit green screen behind me, which my wife was kind enough to let me buy because I brought her to northern Idaho where she'd always wanted to live. So I milked that for everything it was worth. And one of the things I got was a nice green screen in my studio. But if your background is reasonably featureless, that is, there's not a lot of objects, a lot of different objects, a lot of edges in it and so on, it may work reasonably well, but you do tend to get those wild effects as you move around and so on. A beige wall or just a light colored wall without a lot of stuff on it, like if you take the pictures down temporarily or something, works almost as well as a green screen. But a busy background with a bunch of furniture or bookshelves or something like that in the background just doesn't work very well. So what can you do? Well, you can go to Amazon and you can buy a drape, a cloth drape that color for about $20 or $30. And you can hang it over a door or a coat rack behind you or something, and just anything that will stretch it out so it's reasonably smooth. You can tack it on the wall, as a matter of fact. I've done that with a couple of thumbtacks, as long as your wife doesn't catch you doing that. And you can get a green screen that way. You can also buy stands like the ones I have behind me here. Let's see. I've got a stand that has that is holding that thing up. You can buy those too, but now you're starting to get into some more money. You're getting into $100, $120 for even an inexpensive kit like that. But it makes your backgrounds work a lot better. So if you're really into that, it might be worth it. Or if you got a birthday coming up or whatever, it might be worth it. So just try changing your background. Go, if you've got a laptop, go to a different room. Point it so you're sitting in front of a reasonably featureless wall, if you can find one in the house. And that may work. How do I use Snagit in Zoom? I downloaded it, but I don't know how to use it. Well, Snagit is a screencasting tool like Screencast-O-Matic, except that you install it on your local computer. It is, in fact, the tool I use to record almost all of my screencast video tutorials because it has a slightly more streamlined workflow than Screencast-O-Matic. I can make multiple screencasts faster in Snagit than I can in Screencast-O-Matic, though they're not any better. The Screencast-O-Matic is a wonderful tool. But if you have to make a lot of screencasts, it can be a little tedious resetting it in between them and so on. It's not quite as quick, but it's great. But Snagit is a wonderful tool. You can get it for free right now. You can get a version of it that'll work up through the end of June for free, because the TechSmith, the company that makes it, has decided to give it away to educators on a short-term basis. It only costs $30 for an actual license if you're an educator. So it's not really much more expensive than Screencast-O-Matic, because Screencast-O-Matic is a subscription. You have to pay every year. Snagit is a one-time cost. So by the time you get halfway through the second year, Screencast-O-Matic and Snagit cost you the same thing. But we do have tutorials on how to use Snagit. Let me see what I have in this site. Escapes me for a moment. I got a feeling I don't have like an introduction to Snagit in here anymore. Oh, I do. Introduction to Snagit 13, which is close enough to the current version that that would work. So if you want to learn how to use Snagit, just type Snagit into the on-demand website search link, and there's a video from 2016. It hasn't changed that much since then, so it'll work. I probably do need to update that. Or you can watch, if you want to watch a longer, more impressive video. This guy is from TechSmith, and he came down and did a seminar for us, and we recorded it. And this covers a lot of different TechSmith products, but it is getting a little elderly. So I don't know whether I'd use that one or not. And by the way, you would not normally use Snagit and Zoom at the same time. I do use Snagit when I'm recording things about Zoom that Zoom won't share with you. That's how I made those, make my Zoom tutorials. I pull up Zoom and I use Snagit to record the Zoom screens. But that's just like any other application of Snagit. You can record anything that appears on your screen with Snagit. And it's a lovely tool. You can get it at techsmith.com. Under products, Snagit. You can download a free trial and try it for, I think, 15 days. And if you want to buy it, you can go to pricing and education, and you can get it for 30 bucks. There is a limited time free version, but I would just recommend trying the free trial. If you like it, it's surely worth 30 bucks. And you can buy it right off the website, download it, and install it, and be using it in 5 minutes. No hang-ups, no hassles. Class instructions say log on using 10 digits. That's logging on to Canvas. It requires your 10-digit PeopleSoft user ID. And no, if you log onto our Canvas shell or onto our Canvas system, you'll see all the courses that you're enrolled in, including the training course if you're enrolled in it. You don't need a special log on for to Canvas for the training course. You just log on with your normal credentials, and the training course will automatically appear in your dashboard when you're enrolled in it. If it's not showing up there yet, they just haven't gotten to your request to enroll you yet. There have been about 300 requests for enrollment in the last 3 weeks, and each one takes a little bit of time. So they're getting to them as quickly as they can. What's the difference between a webcam and a document camera? A document camera is a specialized webcam that is optimized for showing documents and for the kind of whiteboard alternative kind of stuff we talked about here. But you can, in fact, I think I showed it earlier, you can use your document camera as a webcam. Using your webcam as a document camera is more difficult because your document camera comes with a little stand that makes it real easy to see. You can see that. Oh, I'm not sharing that. Let me bring that over just a second. There we go. There's my document camera. And it has the cute little stand that comes with it. That's what makes it work so well as a document camera. This webcam I've got in my hand here is not designed for that, so it's as effective. But you can use either one as the other if you're ingenious about hanging things and so on. And the document camera is just a webcam, but a specialized one. Oh, somebody's trying to sell an extra document camera on the chat tool. That's cool. Yeah, music or artwork, right? If you're going to put music or artwork into your Canvas course, it needs to be in the public domain. Otherwise, you could get a nasty note from the copyright owner. Unlikely, because they can't get into Canvas to see it. But whatever you do, though, don't put anything from Disney in your course. Don't take the chance. They will hunt you down. They will find you, and they will own you. They have an entire vast organization of people who do nothing but scours the World Wide Web and goes around the country and looks for images of Disney characters on signs and billboards and things like that. And they will take you to the cleaners if you do that. So don't mess with Disney. Looks like we're getting just about to the bottom here. Goodness gracious. Answered that. Once you've uploaded something to YouTube, do you need to keep it on your local computer? Yeah, I would. Or maybe back it up to a thumb drive or an external hard drive or something. You don't want to lose your original video because you may need to go back and edit it later or something like that. You'd never, it's a thing with videographers, you'd never get rid of your master copies, your original copies of the video. You just never know when you might need it. Ah, that's what Trenton said. Can we get flex credit for this class? Yes, absolutely. It has a flex number. When Mary Kingsley sent out the announcement, the flex number was in there. Let me see if I can find that. I'll get it into the recording. We're at 4 hours. Cool. Where's my email? It's up here somewhere. I think. Nope, not there. Nuts. I don't have my email up. All right, well, let's bring it up. Get this out of the way. I don't think there's anything too embarrassing in my email. Rent strike. Okay, no, I don't want to get involved in that discussion. Go. There it is. $428, and the flex number for this, the flex number is 2434 district flex for the colleges and 11691 for continuing ed. So yes, you can get, there they are right there. You can get flex credit for this training. 2 hours. Oh gosh, Trenton put that in there. He already answered it. And I think we're down to And that's it. Answered them all. My goodness. I still have 4 stalwarts here who obviously need to get a life. They're still here with me after 4 hours. But let me ask you if any of you all have any other questions. You can unmute at any time. Not hearing any. I've worn you down. You probably got 2 eyes in 1 socket by now. All right. It was wonderful spending the afternoon with you. I really enjoy this. This is the closest thing I have to a social life now. I enjoyed talking with you, and I'll look forward to seeing you in a future meeting.
It was good to stay on because even though you went over it again and again, but it was like a review. Okay.
Repetition is the soul of learning. We all learned that on our mentors' knees, at our mentors' knees. It helps if you hear it and see it more than once. And that is the beauty of recordings and screencasting and things like that, because your students can play it over and over and over again. And it really does improve learning. There have been all sorts of studies on that. Repetition matters. So I'm always happy to do it again and again and again because it makes a difference. All right. Take care.
Thank you, Dave.
My pleasure. Bye-bye.
Good night.